Hey, and welcome to this Google Ads course. In this course, I will share all the top tier Google Ads secrets with you that will help you scale and grow your store. But let's start at the beginning. I'm Chris. I'm the CEO and founder of Xenox Media, one of the fastest growing Google Ads dropshipping agencies in the world. We are working with over 140 dropshipping stores at the moment, helping them scale and grow their store. We spend a couple of millions per month on Google Ads, generating even more for our clients, helping them to scale to 6-7 figures and beyond. We are also building the #1 school community about Google Ads at the moment, also launching our own Ecom brand. And in this course, you will find all the secrets, all the basics you have to understand in order to scale on Google Ads. That said, enjoy the course. Let me know what you think in the comments. Yeah, let's go. All right, let's get started with the first video so we can finally run some ads. First topic for today is the account creation, or at the end of this section, we want to have the following accounts, right? So we can continue. Google Ads, Google Merchant Center, Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics, Trackbee for the tracking, and obviously your store in Shopify. So that's what you need to set up. You should have that already, of course, from the previous videos. So we will start with Google Ads now. And in general, for the whole store, we will use Calzada Mode as an example. So we will build everything for that store. We really start almost from scratch, set up the tracking, set up the product data feed, and then the ads, and really show you everything from A to Z. All right, let's get started with the Google Ads account, which, by the way, is already created here. So we will not show that in detail, but the creation process is like super simple. Basically, just go to that website, you type in that URL, set up the Google Ads account, you skip every campaign creation because Google will try to push you into the campaign creation already. You just set up the billing setup. And I will show you where to find that again. So you just go, once you set everything up, you go to billing. Here, it's not even done yet. So the client has to do that, but it's not an issue for this course so far. We can still continue. And after that, once you added your payment methods and everything, you go to billing again, and there will be another section called advertiser verification. And you should do that as well immediately. So the advertiser verification is basically just to verify your business, your ad account, fill out a couple of questions, provide some details, and eventually upload a company document that needs to be done sooner or later. So it's better to do that immediately. Then you're already verified with Google, and then you're good to go. And that's it for the start for the Google Ads account. So just that, and then we're ready to go and can focus on the next one. Hey, you're still watching. Seems like you are heavily interested in e-commerce and Google Ads. We built a school community exactly for that. So if you want to learn more about Google Ads for e-commerce brands and how to scale and grow your store, feel free to check out the link below. Join our school community. You will have full access to our Google Ads course, a lot of bonus content, mindset videos, how to manage your store, scale your ads, and so on. Access to a community of Google Ads killers, weekly calls, and much, much more for just $44 a month. So yeah, check out the link below and see you on the other side. Enjoy the rest of your video. Perfect. Google Tag Manager next. This time we will actually set it up together, and I will guide you through it step by step. First of all, let's head over to tagmanager.google.com, and don't worry, we will put all the links in a Google Doc or a Notion page somewhere below the video, so you have it at all times, right? So let's just create a new account. As account name, we will use our shop name, our store name. So in our case, it's Calzade, right? Or Calzade Mode, we can use that. By the way, we have to make sure we pronounce it properly. Otherwise, we will have some Italians later on in our school community, and they will be like, Mamma mia, Chris, you have to pronounce that properly. No, I'm apologizing to all Italians. I'm just joking. Account name Calzada in that case. country. Actually, let's pick the market where we're advertising. Doesn't matter that much. You can also pick the country where your business is located. That's UK store, right? Yeah, let's do that. There we have to do it like that. I actually really like Italy, you know, so perfect. And that's it. We have it rated already. We will need that later on, but don't worry now. You can close it. We just want to create all the accounts first, right? Perfect. Google Analytics next then. Google Analytics next, and again we will create the account from scratch. Super simple. You go to analytics.google.com, you create a new account. If it's your first one, Google will kind of guide you through it. Again, account details, the shop name. Let's keep it consistent actually. Just Calzada, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Calzada. Let's tick everything here. Calzada next. Property name. Property name, I like to do it like that. We have the like similar to the Google Tag Manager. Same thing. Definitely United Kingdom and the currency of the market you are advertising in. Otherwise the data might be a bit messy later on. Next, doesn't really matter. I like to, for e-commerce, I like to use shopping here. Business size, whatever might be correct for your business, I guess small in most cases. Business objectives for e-commerce stores, I like to leads, sales, traffic, and user engagement and retention. The last one you keep it unticked. Then yeah, wait, do we have to? Yep, there it is. Let's use the right market here as well. Perfect, doesn't really matter. Just go through the steps here. Then there again the link, and that's it. Everything is set up, and we will connect everything later on. We just want to have the account so far, so we can ignore that, all of that, continue to home, and that's it with GA4. We are making good progress. Google Merchant Center is next. We actually already have the account here, it's already set up, but again, super easy for you. Go to merchants.google.com, just set everything up, or like create the account, and we go through the steps together now. So it's very easy. You just set up the account. Google will guide you through everything that you have to do. And we will actually do that together now because, again, we just set up the account. We can do everything together and we just go through that list and then we're good to go. Except add your products. We will do that in the next, but we will get the GMC ready now. All right, verify your phone number. Perfect, that's done. So you just type in your number, you will get the verification code. Confirm the online store of your business. So the way we do that is, I usually like that the most, it's the easiest. Add an HTML tag or file. We will take the tag, then basically copy this HTML tag generated for your online store. So we will just copy that. Paste the HTML tag in the HTML code of your online store homepage. It should go in the head section before the first body section. So the way we do that, we go back to Shopify, we go to your online store, theme, edit code, and then theme liquid code, Control F, then you type in /head, so that's the end of the header if you do it like that. Perfect, so now we're here, and somewhere there in between, here for example, doesn't hurt. It doesn't really matter where you put it. You don't want to mess up any of that code, of course, but you just put it in there. Save, exit, should be done already, and oops, back to GMC. If you verify now, it should work already. I'm never to connect to your server. Of course, it's always when you want to show something, but it should be alright. Maybe it takes some time. We will see. Let's reload actually. Maybe it was a bit too quick. Verify your online store. Alright, I paused it real quick. We were able to do it with another option. So basically it was the same thing. Can I cancel? Go back to maybe see it once more. No, but the way we did it, we had another option where you could basically get another code and verify via Shopify. So it was basically the same thing. I got another verification code and I had to paste it before the header. So there are a couple of different options to verify that. Usually it always works the way I showed it to you. With the verification code you get the HTML tag, you just paste it in and it works immediately usually. Sometimes it's a bit buggy. It wasn't really able to connect to the server, Then you wait a little bit, try one of the other methods, but doesn't really matter. Just confirm it, claim it, done. Add details to how you ship your products. Let's do that. Add to remove country, so we ship to the UK. And that has to be spot on, by the way. The information has to be correct and congruent everywhere, because otherwise you will face GMC issues. Maybe we can keep the name, doesn't matter, all products. Add the customer address. So, and by the way, the information you have here should be on the shipping policy and vice versa, as I just said. So let's check it out. We can always change that later on, but just make sure it's done properly. See here, it's like perfect. You have processing time, delivery time, everything. Very simple, but you have everything. Okay, processing time 1 to 2 business days. We don't see a order cutoff time, so we would just leave it like that. What would be ideal to add that as well, right? Because then everything is clear and safe. You have it. Okay, handling time, so that's the processing time. Again, 1 to 2 business days. 1 to Monday to Friday then. A bit lost. Transit time 4 to 7 days. Again, Monday to Friday 4 to 7. And total delivery time 5 to 9 days. So it's the same that we have here. Currently offer shipping globally, alright, but we focus on the UK for now. Let's check, do we have everything? Yes, continue. Currency, yeah, let's use British pounds here. Free shipping, done. We just go through this list step by step. As you see, at your return policy, also super easy. Let's copy the refund policy. So you want to fill that out properly, and you make sure you do that properly, otherwise you will face issues with the GMC. United Kingdom, yes, I accept returns, yes, I accept exchanges within a certain number of days. Okay, let's check it. We have a 30, which means 30 days, alright. Next, return method by mail, pounds, return label, let's check that. Return shipping label, alright. So what's best here? Customers must probably download and print if we send it, so it's not included in the package. It's not really customer's responsibility. Download and print. Return label, a cost again. So if the shipping label, I guess, so return label no cost, restocking fee no cost, refund processing time, do we have that somewhere? Should be there as well. Don't want to read all of it now. Within 10 business days. See, you should have all that information on the website. What do we have here? If more than, so 10 business days it is. Refund processing time 10 days. Perfect. So the information is correct everywhere. That's it with the GMC. Next, add your products, and that we will do in the next module now, where we will set up the product data feed with Simprosys, and then we're getting closer and closer to the ads. Alright, there's one more account that we have to set up before we set up the product data feed, and that's Trackbee. And Trackbee is super important for you, because there's one thing that we have to nail in order to be successful with Google Ads, and that is a proper conversion tracking. Without proper conversion tracking, there is no need to even get started with ads. And a lot of people underestimate that. They start with a generic tracking, and in the end they track around like 30 to 40%, and they are like, no big deal, right? I see the conversion numbers, the purchases and everything in the Shopify backend anyway, and as long as I have the money in my bank account, all fine, right? All good. But no, that's not the case, because one thing that is super important, especially in the beginning phases, especially in the learning phase of the ads, you want to provide as much quality data and track as many conversions as possible for the algorithm, basically. It's super important for the machine learning processes of Google. In order to maximize the performance of your ads, you need to have great tracking. Because if I have shitty tracking and I only track about 50, 40, 60%, whatever it is, it takes you way longer to get out of the learning phase. It takes you way longer, you will not achieve optimal results, You get confused by the differences of the data because in the ad account you see ROAS of, I don't know, 200%. In Shopify everything looks much better, right? So you're a bit confused, you don't really know, can I scale, can I not scale? And your performance will also be way more inconsistent if you don't have proper tracking. We use Trackbee for 99% of the clients in the agency. 99% of our students use Trackbee because it's really, really good for Google Ads, really good for Google Ads dropshipping stores. And we usually, like, you never see 100% tracking quality, right? That's just not realistic. But we usually see at least a tracking quality of around 90 to 95% with Trackbee. And that's really solid. Like, if you track 90 to 95% of the conversions, and you can send back the ad account and provide it for the algorithm so you can learn faster, that's top notch. So I really like Trackbee. I can 100% recommend it, and we will also use it for that store. It's not even expensive. The first 50K in revenue are even free, so you can get started without paying. And I think after that, it's around 100 euros per store per month. So that's really not a lot, because after that mark, your store will already perform quite well. And then 100 euro will be totally worth it for extremely good tracking, right? We set up the account already, but 100% use Trackbee. Don't use some cheap free tracking version, because like that will hurt you more in the long run than paying 100 euros per month for extremely good track. So trust me on that. Set up your Trackbee account, and let's head to the next video. Today we will look at how to connect and integrate Wetracked with Google Ads. Dive right into it. First, we will connect our store. So you need a Shopify domain there. I will just grab it real quick. So basically you go to Shopify, go to settings, domains. There you will find your Shopify domain. Let me just pull it over real quick. So there you go, domains. Let me just copy that. And then you also need your collaborator code, collaborator request code, which you also get there. Let me just grab it real quick under users and permissions. Then you scroll down. All right, there we go. Time zone, let's see. Where do we have it? Berlin, that works for me. Native checkout. Perfect, continue. Then we said we will set it up with Google Ads, but you can also like do that with Facebook Ads. It's quite a popular tracking tool for Facebook Ads as well, and all the other platforms. It's pretty straightforward, but I will show you with Google Ads now. Add pixel, add new pixel. We don't have a pixel yet. Just name it based on my store name. All right. Okay, so next we need the Google Ads conversion ID and the conversion labels of our different conversion actions like purchase, add to cart, begin checkout, page view, etc. So we will head over to Google Ads, go to goals, and wait. All right, we can ignore that one. That is not needed. We will set up a new conversion action. And then it changed the design again of how that looks like. So looked a bit differently quite recently still, but yeah, it's still the same process more or less. Let me just double check it again. Still have to get used to that as well. That's fine. Our website, yeah, Google tag, all right. So you pick website here, then you continue. And then we will set up different conversion actions here. All right, it's really a bit differently, but doesn't matter. It's more or less the same thing. All right, we will create a manual event in this case. Then we call it just purchase and Wetracked, so we can. So we have identified it quickly as well. Let's copy that because we will still need that naming convention, use event. Then we create add to cart. What else do we want? In checkout and
page view. All right, then we add the cart here, same thing, just name it differently. All right, add to cart. So the same with the other conversion actions for quick checkout. And page view. All right, use the begin checkout, page view, save and continue. And then check your Google Click. When you head over to Google Tag Manager, then you see everything that we need in that case, which is the conversion ID first of all. So we copy that. We go back to Wetracked, paste that. Then we add our conversion labels here, page view, add to cart. Begin checkout and purchase. And then we just copy the conversion label here. Just double click. And you cannot make any mistakes with copying that. Just double check it as well. Add the cart. Make sure you link it correctly here, otherwise you will have some issues. I have to keep it like that. Just make sure you copy that properly as well. You don't want to have any mistakes here, otherwise it will not work, of course. Page view, and that's it. Let's double check. Okay, we have the name, we have the conversion ID, we have the conversion labels like here. Now we're good to go. So all done, complete, finish here as well. So we see that here already, it's still inactive, that we can use it later on. One more important thing, and I will tackle that directly. You do not want to have anything on primary except purchase. That's one of the most common rookie mistakes. People start to run ads with that, and then they track everything as a conversion, because everything that's an account default gold here and primary will get tracked as a conversion in Google Ads, which means, okay, you track page views, you track begin checkouts, add to cart, and the algorithm optimizes on all of that. But in the end, you only want the purchase, right? Only this one. So I will also put it on secondary right now and tackle it later. Basically, edit settings, put everything in there. It gets explained as well. You see, like primary action, this action will be optimized for. That's the main thing. Secondary, this action is marked secondary, won't be used for optimization, which means you still have it in the account, you still track it, but it won't be used for the optimizations, just for, where's the word it even shows here usually? No? It's just for observation, just to gather some additional data and to see it in the ad account. It's quite nice, you know, but you don't want to optimize it. It messes up your tracking. Secondary. So we do not want to optimize on any of that. We just want the purchase, right? We want to optimize on revenue. So looks good. So just our main conversion purchase we tracked is primary now. Perfect. All right. Quick check in Wetracked. So that's under review. You will get an email soon. Then you can approve the request in Shopify as well. One more thing. Let's get back to Google Ads. Let's reload. Let's check the settings here. All right. Then we accept the customer data terms here. And enhanced conversions we turn on. And select Google Ads API. Perfect. And then we are done. So again, just needs to be verified. Accept that, then you can start running ads, and then you will see like data flowing in pretty soon. Like you will see the page views, the Apple cards, the begin checkouts, and hopefully later on the purchases once you start running ads. And that's it. Feel free to check out some of my other videos as well. I also made a video on Trackbee, which I like to use for Google Ads as well. You can compare both of them and decide for yourself which one you prefer. Both are valid, both are great for Google Ads. And yeah, see for yourself and have fun implementing that. See you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Alright, we're getting closer and closer to setting up our first campaigns and finally running ads. But first of all, we have to set up our product data feed. Super important, you need a proper feed. You have to make sure it's good quality. Usually the way we do it at the agency, for example, later on after the campaigns are live for quite some time, we put a lot of emphasis on making sure the feed is optimized properly, because you have to understand the way it works, and we will dive a bit deeper into that later. The product data feed defines the targeting of your ad. So with the shopping ads, which are our main type of ads, the main campaign type are shopping ads, PMAX, Performance Max, you don't have a targeting there. It's quite automized. So there are no keywords. There is no audience targeting like you have it with Facebook ads, for example. It's almost 100% automized, depending on the way you set the campaigns up. But again, the way it works, the product data feed defines the targeting, the quality of the targeting. So you actually want to make sure you do it really, really well. We will also link a YouTube video later on somewhere in connection to that section, so you can learn how to optimize your product titles properly, your product description properly. I have a YouTube video on that online already, how you can do that with AI. So you make sure like you do everything that you can to maximize your chances of success. If you put in the work, optimize your products properly, success is just a matter of time, right? If you do everything right and if you improve step by step daily, success is just a matter of time. It is true, and it's true for e-commerce as well. So let's start with Symprosys. So we have to download that app first. So let's just look for it. There we have it. By the way, it's not free. Depending on how much products you have, it costs a little bit per month. There you see it as well. Just make sure you don't miss the free trial, because if your feed is not updating later on, it will be an issue. But again, it's also not expensive. So let's download it, install, and we will set everything up now, connect everything. So we will connect it with my email. So we will connect it with an email that has access to the merchant center and everything. That's why you should have everything on the same email. I have a couple of merchant centers, so let's copy the merchant center ID here. Let's head back to Simprosys. There we have it. Confirm and continue. And yeah, it takes some time. Set everything up. Later on, also upload it to the GMC. Just to confirm here, store currency correct, United Kingdom English. There we wanna, let's go for it real quick. All products, that's fine. All variants. There you definitely wanna pick this product ID format, like very important actually. You don't wanna have some weird product ID format, like that's best. Stick to that, like there's usually no reason why you wanna do something like that, for example. Just messes things up, and then we can sync the whole thing. No need to connect the Google Ads account here. We don't care about that. What else do we have here? Nope, not needed. Let's check everything. All right. I guess it's loading now. Everything is processing. That takes some time. There you can see it can take some time for the first time. And later on, we can check that already. So again, we said we want to have a proper feed, right? At the agency later on, we optimize that properly. We start with a basic feed and then invest a lot of time in optimizing it properly. But that's the nice thing with Symprosys. You can do it already really well with that app. Get to 1-2K days with the e-commerce store just by optimizing some things here already. Default product condition, it's always new, right, for a dropshipping fashion store. Gender, keep it blank if you have a mixed store. In our case, actually, let's check it. Yeah, we have men and women as well. So we keep that open. Default age group, definitely dope. And as default product category, we pick clothing here, so it's 1604. Let me just check if we actually have only, I think shoes are also like part of that product category. Wait, let's put clothing 166. So let's pick that. Then we have the shoes. Or is it actually, we didn't even check the store properly yet. We only sell shoes here. Okay, wait, even better. Then we can set the product category properly already. The store is already kind of clean. I like it. Branded a bit more premium style. Not a lot of products yet, but that's perfect for the start actually. So we will actually pick shoes. So you can, perfect. Then we want to do custom product, save. I cannot resync everything yet, so we'll wait until everything is processed, then we will sync everything properly once more. A quick follow-up video on Symprosys and the product data feed, because we connected everything, it was processing, it's done now because we don't have a lot of products on the store yet. So let's just double check the Simprosys settings once more. So we have everything after the initial sync, and then we will resync everything one more time. Alright, we go to settings. Basically, you just want to focus on those two settings for now, right? So we go to Google Shopping settings. We check again, market and everything is correct. There you definitely want to enable, and that's a bit, I have no clue why that is disabled by default, because you do want to enable that, and I can show you what it means. We do want to enable that and disable the UTM text. Like, there's actually no point in having that. And not for me, it depends on what you want to achieve, but just disable it. And that is super important. So I want to emphasize that, make sure you enable that. There's the explanation as well. Let's check. Use this option if you would like to submit pricing structure as below. Sounds a bit technical. Shopify, compare price, Google price. But basically here, if this checkbox is not checked, we will submit sale price as price, even though it is available. Sale price will only be submitted if discount of the sale must be greater than 5% and less than 90%. So basically, what that means, again, if this checkbox is not checked, we will submit sale price as a price even though it is available. That means, and let's Google for some ads now, then I can show it to you as well, and then it will be clear. Let's just look for something random. Black pullover, black man. Perfect. There we have a couple of products, great targeting apparently. What we see here, for example, we have a couple of ads where we have a sale, right? Let's click on one of these ads, then you can see it as well, like, okay, previous price was 190 euros, that's the comparison price, and there we have the sale price, 133 euros. You even see it very nicely with the sale badge here. We click on the landing page. Sorry, we produced some costs here, although we will not buy something, not today at least. And there we see it as well, right? Everything is correct. It will show like that in the ads if you have a sale like that, if you have a comparison price and the sale price, and if you have that enabled. And you want to show it like that, right? It's very attractive. It stands out. Okay, we see a sale here. It's like it really stands out with the sale badge and everything. You see the sale price, you see the comparison price. It's much more attractive compared to an ad like that, where there's nothing. The star rating is obviously also very effective with the social proof and everything, but we definitely want to see the sale here if we have a sale on the store, right? And the issue is, if you don't enable it, you will not see the sale. For example, let's go back to our example here. If you have a sale price of 133, but that is not enabled, it will just show like that, for example. It will just show 133 euros. But you don't see the sale badge, you don't see the comparison price. Basically, it means you have a sale, but you are not advertising it properly, right? So it's pointless. That's why I also said, like, I don't know why that is disabled by default. It doesn't make any sense to disable that. You want to have that. That's why we have to double check everything. Save it once more. Here's my product price, including text. That's correct. Then we go to sync settings once more. We did that already. We want to resync that. Perfect. Then we want to check here as well. Everything is correct. Let's just go through it step by step again for you as well, so everything is clear. You don't need to change anything here. All variance is super important. Then we can resync everything once more. Perfect. Everything is resyncing now. So it's under review now. There's one more thing I want to do here, just to make sure everything is done properly. Select our products, do edits in bulk. Channel submission control, we want to make sure include all, apply in bulk, and we probably should resync once more. It's already syncing anyway. Doesn't matter. By the way, it's updating automatically anyway, so you don't always have to, for example, when you add new products, you don't always have to manually resync. By the way, that's good to know maybe. Most of that happens automatically, so that's a very smooth process. But that's what I like about Symprosys, for example. You always have the option to manually resync as well if you want to change something real quick, if you want to double check something. And we should see the feed and the products in the merge center now already. So if you reload here, it is still pending, still under review. That takes some time. We see it here, but we do see the products here already. You see? Very nice. Very, very nice. So we're making progress. You can check it out. The title is already pretty good here actually. So Vinay obviously knows what he's doing. He optimized the title properly already. Nice keywords. You see the gender, you see the color, the size. So yeah, that's really nice. There you see the attributes that we added, age group, condition. So it's a really nice feed already. And that's what we want to have, right? We have the product category, top notch, top notch. Trackbee is next. It's time for us to set up a proper conversion tracking. And again, a proper conversion tracking is what we need to make sure we track everything properly and to make sure we provide quality data to the ad account, to the algorithm, so we get out of the learning phase quickly and can start to scale and grow your ecom brand. Let's head over to Trackbee, and now we will really do everything from scratch, step by step. We connect the store, we will set it up, make the proper settings in the ad accounts. It's super easy. It will also be explained here from Trackbee, step by step. We basically just have to follow the steps, right? Let's go. So Shopify, next, store name. We keep it consistent. Let's go. Yes, wait, what? Oh, come on. Session has expired. Let's reload. Can we... Why the fuck did it show the payment methods? What the hell? Copy your store's unique API key. Okay, we copy that. So basically we're just following the steps, right? Step number 1, copy. Start the Trackbee Connect app. It will link us to our Shopify store. Let's make sure we pick the right one here, because obviously I'm managing a lot of stores. Perfect. There we paste our code, our key. Enable app embed. I think that's the next step already, but let's go. We want to make sure that is enabled. Then you click on save here, and then we can leave that. So that's alright. That should be done. Next, again, yeah, enable app embed. That's what we have already done now. So we can check that. Perfect, everything done. It's connected. Now we want to connect our Google Ad account. And what we do here is connect. We log in with our account, the Google account. So there will be a lot of accounts now, obviously, but we pick the right one. Connect. So you see it's super easy. Everything gets connected now. And now we just follow the steps again. Set up conversion booster. That's super important. You want to do that. And I don't know why, but a lot of people get it wrong. When they want to set it up, they don't follow the steps properly. We will do it together. I will show you some small tweaks where I can get even more data. So let's do it. Set up conversion booster. You basically, out of all of that, you definitely don't want to include tags. That's not needed for e-commerce. We just enable that one. We enable that, and then we follow the setup guide step by step. All right. So we head over to the ad account, go to goals, conversions, settings. Goals, conversions, settings. All right. What's next? Accept customer data terms. All right. Accept. What's next? Then enhance conversions. We want to do it like that. Basically, turn it on. Agree. Pick Google Ads API there. Save. It's shown here, right? Next. There, definitely pick granted. I'm not sure why, but a lot of guys always pick denied here. It doesn't make any sense. The default value should be granted. It depends how you set it up with the tracking and your cookie policy, your consent banner and everything. That's something you have to decide how you want to set it up. If you do it properly, it also depends on the market where you're advertising. But just be aware, like if you set it up properly, you will track less. But in the end, like, I'm not giving legal advice here, I just show you how you can set the tracking up and get the most out of it. But again, like consent banner, cookies, that's a very complicated issue. We will not dive too deep into that because again, that's like very, very complex. It depends on the market you're advertising in. It depends on many different factors. I just know that in the dropshipping space, it's kind of gray zone. You know, a lot of people don't do it properly because they want to maximize the tracking results, the tracking quality. And it is a difficult situation nowadays because, as I explained earlier, you want to make sure you track a lot, right? To maximize your performance, you want to provide a lot of data to the algorithm. But if you set everything up properly with your consent banner, the actual amount of conversions you track and can send back to their account is extremely low because you will not have a high acceptance rate. So it really is an issue nowadays. For bigger ecom brands, you have to set it up properly, otherwise they will get sued left and right. Smaller brands, they are more lenient with that, you know, and they usually don't face big consequences. They usually get the warning maybe from Google Ads, then they set it up properly and that's it. But again, you will not get legal advice from me. You have to decide how you want to do it. But it's a tricky situation nowadays. You want to track a lot, but in the end you also kind of want to set it up properly, right? It's kind of gray zone, especially in the dropshipping space. So we do granted now. I will just show you the way how you can maximize tracking results. Definitely not include tags. Then we head over to customer events. We'll show that now. Add custom pixel. Do it like that, but we also do not require it here sometimes, or you can do it to maximize again tracking results. But let's head over to Shopify now. Let's do that. Customer events. Add custom pixel. We name it Trackbee conversion booster. Add pixel, permissions not required. Nope, my mistake. Let's skip one step. Now we get the code here. You copy that, paste it, save. Very important. Connect it, because if you don't connect it, it's not working. Connect. Now it's done. See, it's connected. Everything's working here. Finish. Don't worry what will show up here. It takes some time until the system realizes it's set up properly. So it shows me now Google customer data not accepted, right? But we accepted it. Everything is alright. So don't worry about that, because you will see it and think, oh, I did not set it up properly. Just follow the steps as I showed you now. It will work. We can double check it. We go back to the conversions here, and there we see it already. You want to have purchases on primary here and the rest on secondary, so that's correct already. We will make some small tweaks here. We go to attribution and set it to data driven. We do not want to have last click. Data driven is very effective and also the most accurate down the line. Don't worry too much what that means. Attribution basically, I mean, it is explained very well here as well. The attribution model determines how much credit each ad interaction gets for your conversion. Last click means that the last ad that gets clicked gets all the credit for a conversion, but in practice that's not a very reliable way of attributing conversions. For example, let's take a scenario where we run Facebook ads and Google ads, for example, right? We just run Google ads in that scenario, but just for you to understand this last click attribution system a bit more and why I don't really like it. It's okay, but it's not the best option. Let's say we run Facebook ads and Google ads, and let's say we have a big budget on Facebook ads, right? We spend a huge amount of money each and every single day. And let's say we have a more complicated sales cycle and hundreds of ads showing and people click on it, people see it, people browse through our website, they move down the funnel, right? They get interested. Maybe they click on our Facebook ads a couple of times. They are very interested, haven't bought yet. And then one day they look for our brand on Google, click on a Google ad, and in a case of a last click attribution, 100% of the credit will go to this Google ad. But it's not really realistic, right? Because we have so many Facebook ads running with such a big budget, and they were so vital, so essential for our customer to move along the customer journey and down the funnel and get interested in our product, right? So the Facebook ads were super important. But based on the last click attribution model, all the credit goes to the last click that resulted in a conversion. So it's not very realistic in practice. And even if we just run Google ads, you want to have a data-driven attribution model because that's the most realistic. Because data-driven, if you have a lot of data, maybe we have a definition here as well, then we see it. When possible, data, and again, when possible, because you do need a lot of data for that. When possible, data-driven uses your account's conversion data to calculate the actual contribution of each ad interaction across the conversion path. So that's the most realistic one, right? If you have a lot of data, because then you see this campaign was quite important and it actually gets credit for the conversion, even if it was not the last step, not the last click. For example, let's say you have YouTube ads running as well in the account. And same scenario, like the YouTube ad was super important. It generated a couple of clicks, people were interested, people were watching it. Then let's say a shopping ad resulted in the last click, in the actual purchase, in the actual conversion. Then again, with the last click attribution model, wouldn't be a deal. Data-driven is just the best in practice. So let's pick that. Just a quick explanation on that. So data-driven, the rest is fine. You can leave it like that. Let's double check. Okay, data-driven here, there, perfect. I don't really care about the rest. I do cart and things like that. Let's check that. All right, that's done. That's it, yeah. Trackbee is installed. Everything is working properly. It's time for us to install our GTM, Google Tag Manager. So let's head over to that again. So by the way, for the whole process that I'm showing you here today, we just need those accounts open all the time. So I suggest open all of them. I have it here and then you can follow along easily. But anyway, GTM, we want to get that code again that popped up earlier. For that, you click on that GTM ID here. Then you get the code. You just copy it here. Don't try to copy it like that, because sometimes mistakes happen and you don't copy everything and then the code doesn't work. But you cannot make a mistake if you click on the button here and copy the whole thing. So let's do that. Perfect. Let's head over to Shopify. Let me go to Settings, Custom Events again, add Custom Pixel, rename it GTM. Again, permissions not required, doesn't qualify as data sale. Then Control A, you mark everything, you paste it, and that's it. Exactly. We have to remove the notes here and the script part. So we delete that part because HTML doesn't work here, just JavaScript. That's why you have the error here. Let's remove the last line, make sure everything is set properly, save. And again, important, connect as well. Otherwise it will not work, it will not fire. And that's it. Now we have the GTM installed as well. We have connected our GTM, it's live, it's working, but the GTM is still empty, right? We didn't do anything with it yet. So it's rather pointless at the moment. That's why we will upload a couple of things. It's super easy, we have a template for that. You just need to follow what I'm doing here. And we will link the template somewhere below the video again. You go to admin, import container, you do override here, default workspace. You pick that, then you choose container file and upload the template. Let me look for the template real quick. I will pause it for now. And there it is with everything prepared already. Tags, you basically, let's not get too much into the details. You basically keep that paused, you leave the rest. Most of it is not that relevant anymore. It's just an additional layer basically. There's only one thing we have to adjust. We have to go to variables. We pick the conversion ID here. Then we go to the ad account, go to goals again, click on order. We click here on tag setup, use Google Tag Manager. We copy that conversion ID. Again, make sure you copy it properly. Don't make any mistakes. Paste it, save it, and then we upload the whole thing, and that's it, done. You just upload it. Make sure everything is properly uploaded. There shouldn't be any workspace changes here, because if there are any changes, it means like there's still something that we haven't uploaded yet. But everything is done here now, so we can close the GTM. We are finally done with that. We can actually already close Trackbee as well. That is installed. We've uploaded the template. Super quick and easy. On to the next video. Yes, we are making good progress. Next, it's time for us to set up GA4 properly. Because you remember we set up the account, but if you check it, there's nothing going on, right? We are not tracking anything yet. That's why you see here no data received from your website yet. We have to connect it properly. And the way we do it with Simprosys. We have the app already, and you can set up GA4 tracking with that as well and connect everything properly. So we go to Simprosys. It's again super easy. We go to tracking tags, GA4 event tracking setup. I have to sign in with my Google account again. So it's loading. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Basically choose the account. There's only one property and there's only one measurement ID. Then you confirm your account. So it's also like super simple actually to set it up. You just have to know what to do. But everything is super simple when you know what to do, right? So activate app embed now. It's similar to what we have seen before with Trackbee. We just make sure that is enabled. Then we save it again. All right, we can close that. Maybe reload. Still have to do something here. All right, it's still inactive. So what we do now is activate. Now let's check that. Enable GA4 event tracking, correct. Order total. Yeah, let's do subtotal. Then we have the shipping cost excluded. But I mean, we have free shipping anyway. It's alright. We use GA4 mainly for the audiences in Google Ads. That's quite helpful. We don't actually use it for tracking, right? We have Trackbee for that. But that still makes more sense in my opinion. It's alright, so doesn't really matter that much in our case. Perfect, and that's active as well. We take some time until we receive some data here. Usually we can reload it, maybe we see something already. Just check in after some time, then it should work, but maybe we see something already. Yeah, we see it, you see, it's working. We see the page view, see session start. If you click through everything, we have the product view, we see add to cart. We might even see, damn, why so expensive? Begin checkout, we see all of that already. Or not all of that yet, but yeah, it'll take some time, most likely, but doesn't matter. It's working for sure. You can check back after some time, and once the ads are up and running, you will see add to carts, you will see some, see, now it's here, it takes some time. Then we see add to cart events, begin checkouts, purchases. So it's really nice to have that as well, you know, like just some cool things you can do with GA4 once you understand the tool a bit better. It looks complicated at first, but it's actually quite simple to navigate through it and get some interesting data from it. It's really cool, really interesting. That's it. GA4 set up and connected. Alright, a couple of GA4 settings we want to adjust before we continue with the rest. Super quick and simple. Basically almost everything in that section. You go to settings, data collection modification, then we go to data collection, and we basically want to turn on everything here. Just turn it on. Make sure we have everything. Turn on that as well. Turn on everything here as well. That is acknowledged as well, so we're good to go here. Then one more thing, data retention, we want to increase that to 14 months, just to make sure, and that's it. Alright, we are getting closer and closer to finally running ads, making some money, and that's why we are in the ad account again. Because, quick recap, what we did so far. We set up the product data feed, we set up improper conversion tracking, we set up the GTM, we set up GA4. So what's stopping us from finally running ads? We have everything, and we actually do have almost everything. Just a couple of things we have to do in the ad account now, and then we can finally set up our first campaign. So let's go. What we want to do now basically is go to Tools, Data Manager, and we want to connect GA4 real quick. We want to connect GA4, look for our property, next, keep that turned on, link, and that's it. And then we want to connect the GMC. A link directly to Merchant Center, continue, done. So that's linked as well, and that's it. We have GA4 connected. So we have the audiences in the ad account as well, which might be beneficial later on once you gather some data. It's not really like there's nothing going on right now, right? And you have to connect the GMC to the ad account, of course, otherwise you will not be able to run shopping ads because you don't have the products in the ad account. But now we are actually set and ready to go to set up some ads. Alright, I know we cannot wait any longer to finally run our first ads. But before we do that, I want to go over some theory first, because I do get these questions often, also in the agency with less experienced clients, and they always ask the same questions. They want to understand, okay, what campaign types are we using and why? How do they work? So most likely you have the same questions, and I think it makes sense to go over the theory first for a couple of minutes so you understand exactly how everything works, what we're doing next, and then it makes you also feel more secure about everything you're doing when you start to run ads and actually spend money on it, right? Let's dive into it. I will just click here real quick just to show you. So basically we will run with those two campaign types, search ads and performance max campaigns. Let's start with PMAX, performance max first. So the way this campaign type works, and you can see it here already, reach audiences across all of Google with a single campaign. So with just one single campaign, you can run ads on all Google properties with just this one campaign. That's how it works. Basically, with that one campaign, you can run search ads, demand, display, all of these Google properties, shopping, video, on YouTube and everything, you know, display ads, everything, with just one campaign. That's how it's intended to be. But we don't really like that. So we will still use the campaign type, right? I told you we will run with that, but we will tweak it in a certain way because I don't really like that. Especially as a beginner, when you have a little budget, you don't want to spend budget everywhere, right? And some of these placements, for example, display ads, they're usually less effective, especially if you're just starting out. You will waste a lot of money, you don't get the highest return on investment or the highest ROAS in that sense, return on ad spend. You will not get it from those placements, especially not in the beginning. So that does make sense. What we want to do, what we want to focus on is shopping. Shopping ads are very, very effective, and I will show you why. And with shopping ads, you get the highest ROAS in them, get the highest return. But we want to use PMAX for that and tweak it a little bit because PMAX is very powerful. We use that for all of our clients. It's very AI-driven, uses Google's machine learning power heavily, and it takes some time to catch up. You need a lot of data for that. But it's very powerful, and if you tweak the PMAX a little bit so it only runs on shopping placements, so it's basically an advanced shopping campaign, that's what we want to do, that's what we want to achieve. And then it's way more powerful than standard shopping, usually. I also use the standard shopping sometimes, don't get me wrong, but this will become a bit more advanced then. So we definitely want to run with a PMAX campaign, use that immense algorithmic power of Google, but we will tweak it in a way so we actually run only shopping ads. No search, no demand gen, no display, no video, right? Alright, and before we dive into that, and I will show you how to set it up, let's get over some theory first. How does this shopping ad actually look like, right? How does it look like? How does it work? And why do I get the highest ROAS usually on that placement? Let me show you. Let's look for some ad again. Let's maybe try the buy blue up like man search again. Alright, and what you see there already, whenever you look for something online, like especially with search with buying intention, you will see a lot of ads, and you can always see it when you see that sponsored tagline. So all of these are ads, that's an ad, and that's the first organic search result, right? And that's usually how it works. Whenever you're looking for something, the first few placements are always ads. It's pay to win, right? And yeah, SEO is also great, but obviously if you pay, you will always rank higher, or usually rank higher. The first few search results are usually always ads, and sometimes you have some ads in between as well now, so they mix it up a bit. Or at the end you usually see some ads. Let's check. That's another ad, see? Also sponsored, you can see it here. Alright, that's by the way is search ad. We will go over that as well in a minute. But let's focus on shopping first, or PMAX, or the tweak PMAX campaign. But these are shopping ads, right? That's shopping. And the reason why you get the highest return on investment on those ads is, as you can see, I was looking for something very specifically with buying attention, right? So we want to buy a pullover. I can even include more context like that, for example, would be even more accurate. And you see the targeting is quite great, especially if the product data feed is very accurate and you're out of the learning phase, then the targeting is usually very great. And that's the thing, right? So I'm looking for something with buying attention. I know exactly what I want. I want a black sweater with a zipper like that. And then I get presented a couple of products here. And now I can pick, right? So a couple of things that are relevant here, of course. Do I know the brand? Do I like the price? Or is that too expensive, over 200 euros? Not sure if I want to invest that for one pullover. So a couple of different things. Do I like the product? Do I like what I see? And that's why those things are so important, right? Like price, brand, product image, because that's how you get people on your website. They see, oh, they have a sale. I know Peek and Kloppenberg as well. So that's very attractive to me right now. And it's also a good price, right? So maybe I can catch a good deal here. Let's click on that. And then when someone is on your landing page, the probability that they will buy something is very, very high compared to other ad types. Compared to, let's say, where are the search ads? Let's act like that would be a search ad. It's a similar product as well. The probability for me to buy something after I click on an ad like this is way higher compared to if I would have clicked on an ad like that. Why? Sometimes you don't have the image and I just see the text, right? I certainly don't see a price here yet, so I'm missing some context. I'm not exactly sure like which brand it is as well. It's okay, Amazon, I know that, I trust that. But I'm missing some context here, right? And that's why shopping ads are so effective, because I do have a lot of context here, a lot of information before I even click on the ad. So I see the price, I see it's on sale, which is obviously one of the biggest factors, right? The price, obviously. It doesn't mean that I always would pick the cheapest product. Maybe I like Hugo Boss and I would have clicked on that. But you do want to know the price. Price is important, right? There is like no doubt about it. So I see the price, I see the brand already. I have some context like, okay, men's, so the gender, the color, everything. I see it as well. So I see the product, I see it in detail. Almost already. The fit, the material and everything. I see, okay, shipping is not free. 490, alright, it's okay. With the title you also have a little bit more input. And I also even see the size here if I hover over that, which is actually also my size. So perfect fit, right? And when I click on that, the conversion probability, the probability that I will actually buy after I have seen everything already, is very high. Now they just have to make sure it's a clean funnel and a clean checkout experience for me. So like no crazy loading times and everything runs smoothly, and then I will most likely buy the product. Or at least the probability is way higher compared to some random search ad here. And yeah, the way it works usually, you just check the product a bit more in detail. You're looking for confirmation if that's actually what you're looking for. You check delivery times. It's in German now. But you get the idea, it's basically the same everywhere. Yeah, that's an okay-ish site. I'm not even super impressed for a big brand like that. Actually, I don't really like it that much. But to get back to the topic, that's why we run with shopping ads primarily. That would be our main campaign type. The PMAX will always be your main campaign because you want to show ads like that, right? They have the highest conversion probability, they give you the highest ROAS therefore, and funny enough, the CPC on these ads is usually also lower than search ads, which also, then it works even better, right? Because if the traffic is cheap, the conversion probability is higher, obviously it gives you a higher ROAS. So that will be your main campaign type. That's why shopping ads are so effective. And yeah, that's it. In the next video, we'll briefly go over the search campaigns and how we will use that. And then we will actually set everything up. Perfect, let's go. And the second campaign type that we're using are search campaigns, search ads. This would just be a complementary campaign type to your main campaign, which will always be the shopping campaign. We will actually not run search ads on cold search terms because the way it works here, right? Search ads, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but let me show you in detail. Get in front of high intent customers at the right time on Google search. Okay, like that definition doesn't tell you much. But basically the way the targeting works here, again, you're looking for something and you can rank for certain keywords. So you put in a keyword in the system and you make sure you rank for that keyword. For example, you can use tennis shoes as a keyword and then run ads on that. And whenever someone is looking for tennis shoes, you can show up for that. With PMAX, for example, I didn't mention that in the video earlier, but you also saw the targeting is very great, right? But you don't have keywords there. The targeting is fully optimized almost with PMAX, and the way I mentioned it in the earlier video when we set up the product feed, you remember? The targeting is fully optimized with PMAX. You don't have keywords there, but the way the targeting works is you provide a lot of input and data in your product data feed, and that way Google matches the right search term, the right search intent to the right products with the shopping ads. That's why, again, let's look for something else. This time size M, C, and then I get the right products based on what I'm looking for and based on the information in the feed. There we see size M, it's white, perfect, right? M, see, they will not show me something with size XL. Now, it doesn't make any sense. But that's why you have to have a really nice product data feed, then the targeting works really well. Alright, but to get back to search ads now, because the difference there is you have keywords. So I can decide, do I want to show up for a search term like t-shirt, white, size M, whatever. We can decide on that. But we are not focusing heavily on search ads because, again, PMAX, shopping ads, that's what gives you the highest ROAS. Because again, CPC is even cheaper usually than with search ads. You see the product already, you see the price, and when someone clicks on the ad, the conversion probability is very high compared to other ad types. So why are we using search ads then, and how will we use it? We will use search ads just as an addition, and we will use it to catch brand traffic. So whenever someone is looking for your brand, which will happen down the line once you run ads for quite some time and you spend thousands of dollars or euros, whatever the currency is, each and every single day on ads, you get a lot of clicks, you get a lot of impressions, you get a lot of purchases. Maybe you even run Facebook ads, so people will start to look for your brand, right? Maybe they want to find out more, or they click on the website, don't buy it because they're busy. Life is busy, life is fast-paced, so they have to jump off, but maybe they remember their name and want to get back later, and then they write, what was the name of the brand again? Calzade, right? Let's look for another brand now, because maybe we see a good example already. Let's pick a popular one. Let's pick Nike. That would be super obvious, obviously. So I'm looking for the brand. I remember I saw an ad of the brand, right? Let's look for them. Then you look for them. And then that's exactly what we want. Because that's a search ad. That's a brand search ad. So I'm looking for that brand. And you show up with an ad like that. Basically a quick headline, ad description. There we have some assets. This is called site link. Very effective. I will show you that later in detail as well, because it makes your ad look much bigger, right? Because that's very small. The whole thing here is very big. And yeah, you definitely want to have that when someone is looking for your brand, just to make sure you show up first, or you show up 3-4 times. Look at Nike in that case. It's like super dominant. They show up with a search ad, they show up with shopping ads, they show up organically on spot 2, 3, 4, 5. There we have it again, there we have it, everything is spot 9. They dominate the search result. And you might think, well, they're so dominant here, why do they're another ad? That's actually crazy. Wait, is that? And that's actually insane. But that's an interesting example. You might think, dude, they completely dominate the search result. Obviously, it's Nike, right? But why are they even running additional brand search ads if they already show up like 3,000 times? And that's a good point. That's why you should do it as well. Even if you're very present in the search results, which is most likely not the case for you because you're a small brand. But you should do it for 2 reasons. First of all, there will always be competitors who run ads on your brand name. On purpose or even accidentally, doesn't even matter. Sometimes they will run ads on your brand name. For example, it could be that a Puma ad is showing up there sometime, somewhere, you know, or Adidas. Like, we don't really know, one of those brands. Maybe they run ads on that same search term as well. Again, maybe on purpose, maybe not, but doesn't really matter. We want to make sure we show up with our brand, right? So they don't go to the competitor. Same with the shopping ads in the end. And another aspect, and that's why I always use brand search ads, and that's super interesting as well. There are certain studies on that. Let's say someone is looking for a brand and it's just the organic search result. Great, people click on that, people might buy it. Then they made studies on that. What if there's an ad and the organic search result? Like you see it here, super dominant, right? They made studies on that, and conversion rate, I don't know the exact numbers again, percentage or whatever, but conversion rate is higher, and it makes sense as well if you're more present, if you're more dominant. So conversion rate is way higher, right, if you're more dominant. So we definitely want to do that, because brand search ads like that are dirt cheap. We can do that with a couple of cents per click. Doesn't cost much, super cheap, because it's your brand already anyway, right? So that's the reason you want to make sure you are ahead of competitors. You want to make sure you have a higher conversion rate, because it's dirt cheap anyway. The third aspect is with ads, you can control a bit better what you want to promote, right? You can have a special offer here, or Black Friday deals. You can put that in the headline. Don't have to adjust your organic search result. You have things like that, you know, with the site links. Very interesting as well. So you can get immediately to my category, for example, Nike for men. So I think that's better than just clicking on that, right? Or that one. So I'm already at the right category. So a couple of benefits. It always makes sense to do it. So we will set that up with a small budget as well. And obviously at this point, you should understand, okay, this campaign makes only sense when people are looking for my brand, right? The way we will set it up. And yes, correct. That also means in the beginning, you will probably not spend a lot with that campaign. You will probably not get a lot of clicks, because nobody is looking for your brand still. But we will still set it up already, because down the line, when you grow, when you spend more money on ads, when you're shopping at scale, people will look for your brand. And then you want to have that in place already. It will not spend anyway when nobody's looking for your brand, right? So yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory, but I do get these questions a lot actually. So I wanted to make a video on that as well. And now it should be super clear. Thank you, and see you in the next one, where we will finally set up the ads. Finally, we made it. We set the foundation for everything. We have the product data feed. We have the tracking. GTM is installed. GA4 is set up. We have everything, and we are finally ready to run ads. And you will be surprised now. We've worked on the foundation. Everything is set. And now the last few steps are actually like super simple and super easy to set up once you have the whole structure in the backend, right? So at least the initial campaign setup is very easy. Down the line, when we start to scale clients, it gets a bit more complex again. But you can get to 1, 2, 3K days with that structure I will show you right now very easily. If you have great products, a winning offer, that alone will get you very far already. So I'm very excited to show you that. Let's start from scratch again, because I wasn't really explaining. All right, new campaign with big sales here. There you should have purchase as the conversion goal. For sure, there shouldn't be anything else really. Just purchases, because that's the only conversion action on primary, right? You remember I showed you later. The rest I showed you earlier. The rest should be on secondary, but that's fine. Purchases. I will also show you later how to double check that, or to make sure like you're actually only tracking purchases as a conversion. Then we pick PMAX. We pick our GMC, which we already connected. If you cannot pick it here, you haven't connected it properly. And then we also name it properly. I like to use a naming structure like that. So basically, where do we advertise again? UK, right? Yep. So I like to have the country first. PMAX, all products, feed only. And feed only is the campaign type that I explained earlier. The way we set up our PMAX, so we actually only run shopping ads. Because if we set up the PMAX the normal way, the way Google tells you, you will run ads everywhere and you will not get great results. So you want to have a feed-only PMAX campaign, and that way you force the algorithm to only show your ads as shopping ads on the shopping placement, as we discussed earlier. All right, bidding. You keep that. Right, let's wait for the rest to load here. Should be all right. So you basically have two options. You definitely want to optimize on conversion value, so revenue, right? Instead of just purchases, you stick to that. We don't set a target ROAS in the beginning, and I will actually tackle that in a later video and explain it in detail, because that's probably the question I get the most. How to use a target ROAS, when to use a target ROAS, why you use it. I get that every single time from every client, from a couple of people on social media. I get that very often. That's why we'll tackle that in a video later on. I want to keep it simple for now. Otherwise, we will get stuck at every point, right? The only thing you have to understand now, you will definitely not use the target ROAS in the beginning, because it doesn't work anyway when you haven't gathered any data yet. You need a lot of data for that, and you don't want to limit the potential of your campaign. You don't want to limit the algorithm already. Give it some freedom. You don't set the target ROAS. You just optimize on conversion value. You don't do anything here. Next. Then obviously we pick our desired target market, which is United Kingdom. And in that case, I would probably, English, or you can also do all languages, which is fine. I'm just thinking, I would actually pick English here for strategic purposes, but both is fine. Then we definitely want to disable this asset optimization. We don't want to enable text, we don't want to enable video, because the thing is, if you enable text now, the PMAX campaign will actually start showing up as search ads again. Like they will have various search ads just because of the customization alone. That's why you have to be careful. Like Google always has these traps for you, because they want to do it their way, right? They want to maximize their revenue, not yours. And I think that's one of the most important principles to understand as well, which we will also tackle later in one of the videos. But a lot of people get that wrong. They think Google always has their best interest at heart, which is obviously not the case. They want to maximize their revenue, not yours. And it's a big difference actually. Not always goes hand in hand. All right, so definitely disable all of that. Otherwise it will not show up purely as shopping ads. What else do we have here? Ad schedule, we keep that. We don't do anything here basically, just ignore that. Next, then we skip asset generation. We don't want to have any assets, otherwise the whole feed only thing doesn't work, so skip. Name, we keep that, all products. And you don't do anything here. You don't do anything here, because once you start to fill out headlines, descriptions, then it will show up again, a search ad. If you add, where do we have it, images, videos here, it will show up as YouTube ads, it will show up as display dimension ads. So we keep all of that empty actually. We don't do anything here yet. We will, definitely not here. And also not here yet. We will edit that later. I just want to set up the campaign first, all right? Then next. Perfect, see, it worked. I would advise you to start with a budget of at least around 50 euros. It will take some time in the beginning, for the campaign to adjust. But again, things we can talk later about. It will definitely take some time. The metrics will be not fully optimized in the beginning yet, so we'll probably, like CPC will be a bit too high, will not get the greatest quality traffic yet. So patience is a big thing, right? Again, we will talk about it later on in detail, so you understand fully what you can expect. I don't want to get too much into the details yet. I just want to show you how to set up the campaign. Just understand for now, patience will be the key. That's why you shouldn't start with a super high budget in the beginning, because you will just waste money. You want to start with a relatively low budget and then scale up with the performance. But at the same time, and that's super important as well, you don't want to start with a mini budget like 10 euros a day, because that way you will get nowhere. That's too small, you will never get out of the learning phase. So 50 is almost the minimum, 50 is the minimum. I also usually don't start higher anymore, because in the beginning, again, it will be a bit crazy, like CPC might be too high. You You just let it run, you just let it gather some data. If you have a great store with great products, you will get some sales soon. Once you see some good results, then you scale up the budget step by step. But again, let's discuss that later. So 50 euros it is, or 50 pounds, 50 US dollar, whatever it is, doesn't matter that much, stick to that, unless your currency is worth way less than 50. But you get the picture. All right, so let's just double check. All of that makes sense. Publish campaign. Oh, perfect. It's live. And that's it. So in this video, we want to go over some PMAX settings, which we haven't done yet, and just some things that we want to double check. And then we will build the audience signals. And let's do that first, and then I will also explain in detail what it is and what it means. So basically pick your campaign here, go to asset groups. There we see our asset group already. So the way it works, just to explain that briefly, you have your campaign, and in every single campaign you can have different asset groups. You can split that up, for example, by gender, by product categories, high performers, low performers within one campaign, for example. But we usually never do that, and you shouldn't do that at all in the beginning. Why? The more you split it up, the more data you need to get out of the learning phase properly. So you always, that's one of the key principles as well. But again, all of those things come later in, in the account management video where I explain that in detail. You always want to look at it with a mindset of consolidation. You want to get as much data as possible in one single campaign. You don't want to split it up too much. That's a big beginner mistake. A lot of people think, yeah, let's split it up by this and that, and then we can roll it way more, then we can push that and blah, 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 blah. And then they don't realize you split it up so much that your learning phase would take 100 times longer. So you don't want to do that. Even with some of my biggest accounts in the agency, where we obviously have a more advanced setup, where we don't run just with one PMAX campaign. But even that, the whole setup is very simple. It's not easy to implement that and control the whole thing, you know. But in theory, the structure is very simple because you don't want to split it up too much. You don't want to split it up too much. That will always backfire. You want to consolidate, you know. But yeah, I could set up different asset groups, but we will not do that. That's just stupid. And a lot of people do it like that, by the way. So that's why I want to explain that. But what we will do, we will click on the little pencil icon here on the signals, and then we will add audience signals. And what that is, so again, a lot of people get that wrong as well. I explained it before. You don't have targeting with PMAX. The targeting is fully automized basically and works mainly based on the data and the information you have in your feed, right? We don't have any keywords here, as you could see. Because we set up the campaigns already, there were no keywords, right? There were no audiences or anything. And now we have audiences here, and a lot of people get that wrong because they don't understand how it works. They think what you add here is targeting. It's not targeting, it doesn't work like with Facebook. And even with Facebook, it's different now, and you have the option to add like audience signals. Basically the same thing. And let's see what the Google definition says. Reach the right customers fast across Google with an audience signal, okay. Performance Max will use your audience signal as a starting point to reach customers in search, YouTube, and more. So basically what it is, and the word even says it already, it's a signal. So you can provide signals which helps the campaign, especially in the beginning, to find your right customer, your ideal customer quicker. But again, this is not targeting, it's a signal, and I like to provide signals to the campaign because it will help to speed up the learning phase if you provide the right signals to the campaign. If not, don't do it, or just like leave it empty. So that's it, it's a signal. Again, the name says it already. It's not targeting, it's not audience targeting, it's audience signal. In the end, the targeting is still fully optimized, all right? That's just important to get that right. So let's do that. Yeah, add saved audience signal, and we will create one now. New audience, I like to call it PMAX audience. And then we always want to include our own data. We don't have much here already. There is no data yet, but later on we will fill up those audiences and there will be a little bit more. So there's not much yet. And then interest and detailed demographics. So obviously I work with a lot of fashion stores, and over the years there are a couple of interests that usually work really well, obviously, so we will add a couple of them. First of all, what always works for most e-commerce stores actually are those shopper audiences. Shoppers, value shopper, luxury shoppers. What else did we have? There was one more, I think. Grocery shoppers. Wait, am I missing something? Black Friday shopping is still quite effective, but obviously, yeah, you can still add it. Shopping enthusiasts, that's what I was looking for. Let's pick the online one here. So you can add some of these shopping audiences, basically do the same that I do. And then let's look again. Clothing, apparel. What do we have here? Fashion. Okay, woman, let's see. Yeah, we have shoes, so we want to kind of add that this time. So maybe not pants, shirts and tops and this, which I would usually add, you know. But this time, you should keep it more on shoes, obviously. Dude, formal wear might be good fit if it's more high-end business. Might be a good fit this time. It's a bit more formal. Like those audiences, I tell you right now, I tested some of them. It always depends a bit on the store, obviously, but they work. And again, it's just a signal, so don't overthink this too much. But you also don't want to overdo it. Suits and business, no, we will not do that. But also work sometimes really well in the old money niche, for example. Clothing, we could add that. But it's a shoe store this time, so it's a bit different. Business attire for women, that might be something this time, huh? I don't know. Let's not overdo it. We will add, what I would definitely want to add is fashionistas. Where do we have? Oops, there we have them. And there has to be something with shoe. Let's look for shoe. Shoe stores, shoes, latest fashion shoes, maybe that. Don't really know about that audience, to be honest. Don't work with shoe stores that much usually. Designer footwear might be a good fit, because we're definitely a bit more expensive, you know. Or we have the premium branding as well. I would actually include it. Again, it's just a signal. Don't overthink it. Don't like, oh no, now we're targeting designer footwear and we never get the right customer. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that. Dress shoes, no, not really. We don't have a lot of products yet, but I mean we could. What pops up when we look for dress shoes? Most. It fits, right? What else do we have in the men section right now? Not a lot of, but we might add it later. It kind of goes in that direction. I do like it. Let's add it. I haven't picked shoes yet. What the hell? We have in-market, other. Yeah, that's strange. And in-market. Dress shoes, boots. Don't really like boots. Do we have boots? Nah, don't like that. No boots. Alright, that's it. We have enough. But based on that, you know, and then some really good interests. You can always add the shopping interests, whatever niche you're in, and some of these typical fashion interests. And now the PMAX, we added a lot, you know, it's a bit broader still, but based on that, especially if we get some first clicks in, the PMAX should understand exactly, okay, in what kind of direction we are going there, right? Based on what you see here, you can tell already, yeah, definitely a fashion store, definitely something with shoes. We added a lot of that. So that will help the algorithm to learn quicker as well. I tested that in the past, tested different interests and demographics. I tested it without audience signals, and in my opinion, a lot of media buyers have different opinions on that. But in my opinion, that works best. That way the campaign learns the quickest, usually, but in the end it comes down to having great products on the store as well, having winning offers, and then it will work out pretty well. But I like to add that. That helps to give it a quick boost in the beginning, speed things up a bit, and that's it. So we save that, done. So it should be in our campaign now. Perfect. Alright, just a quick one to double check the PMAX settings. because I always forget one thing, which I usually do in the Google Ads editor. But for the sake of the tutorial, I want to do it here now online. So first of all, conversion goal, we always want to switch that to campaign specific and then choose purchases here. That way you make sure 100% you only track the purchases properly for that campaign. And optimizing that as well, you know. Alright, so we save that. Then we don't change anything here, just making sure all products from all feeds, perfect, the budget. It's always good to double check the budget as well. I like to do that because you don't want to accidentally set that to 5,000, right? Could fuck you up. So always double check budgets. See, what the fuck? Did I not click on cancel? How did it save? No, I clicked on save. Yeah, I'm stupid sometimes, see? But that's why you always should double check budgets, because mistakes can happen. You will most likely do them as well. But especially with that, you want to be careful, right? You want to double check that. So it's set properly, bidding strategy, country works, languages. We forgot to do that when we set up the campaign, because I usually change that again in the editor later on. I will show you that as well. But I double check things like that, always there. But you want to go to local options and actually already set it right when you set up the campaigns. And instead of presence or interest, people in or regularly in or with shown interest in your included locations. So you also target people who have shown interest in your included locations. Well, we don't really want that, right? In my opinion, based on what I've seen, it doesn't make that much of a difference. It should most likely be people who are in the UK, but you still want to switch that because that's just a weird setting. You want to do presence, people in or regularly in your included locations. So that way you actually target only people who actually live in the UK and you make sure that's right. So save that. Language, English, that's perfect. Everything disabled here as we want it to be. Alright, perfect, campaign is live and that's it. Always good to double check things like that. The PMAX is set and good to go. Time for the search brand campaign. So we click on new campaign again, sales, purchases, search, website visits. Alright, then we go to our website, copy the URL, and that's why I always have those things open, then we can move quickly. We copy it here, paste it here. Continue. We keep the same naming structure. You want to keep things clean. We don't want to have like a messy campaign. So I usually name it like that. Again, target country search brand. So the name alone already tells you like what this is about. And there we switched it in the editor later as well, the bid strategy. I don't even see I work so much in the editor, sometimes I not even use the online interface properly anymore. But see, that's why I like the Google Ads editor. And what is that? I cannot even pick the bid strategy here, and it shows me even the alternative bid strategies. Portfolios are available in settings after you create your campaign. You know what? Let's just pick clicks for now. We will change that later in the Google Ads editor, and then I will show you that as well, because it's a nice tool. I like to work there. And it's also quicker than the online interface, because there you always have the loading times here. You don't have that in the editor. And also, like in the online interface, there are always these little traps from Google. What do you mean recommended? And cannot even pick it here. What the fuck? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, but I knew that already, but it's still weird. Let's stick to clicks for now. We will change it later for sure. I want to use manual CPC here, and that way really control the CPC for our brand campaign, because that way you can buy a click for 20 cents, right? When somebody's actually looking for your brand, and that way you actually get a big ROAS out of your search brand campaign and don't spend a lot of money for it. Maximize clicks honestly is also quite okay, but that way we will most likely show up too aggressively also for some similar search terms. And again, I do want to control the CPC here. But let's stick to that for now. We will change it later. Definitely disable all of that. For a search brand campaign, it's quite okay, but still pointless. Don't like it. Same targeting settings here, United Kingdom. Now we will change it here already to people in or regularly in your included locations. We will stick to Language is English. No need to do anything here. Broad match keywords off, definitely. In that case, it's already set because of the bid strategy that we picked. What do we have here? Nothing interesting again. Next, keyword and asset generation. Should we try it? Nah, there will be a lot of bullshit again otherwise. I know it already. Let's just skip it. And as keywords, and we will adjust it later on as well. Actually, I want to have it as an exact keyword, so I will copy that here because I have a weird keyboard today. I want to have those square brackets, and then I will use my brand search terms here. Yeah, the online interface is so slow, I don't like it at all. It's like, but let's do it here. Qatar mode, I think that would be my two main search keywords, brand search terms. Later on, you know, you can, when your brand grows, there will be more relevant search terms. You can add some more then, but that alone will do it for the beginning. Trust me on that. Then, yeah, final URL is already correct. That's the homepage. For the brand search campaigns, I usually like to do something like official store here. Then it actually looks, you know, a bit more premium, official, kind of like you're in the right place here. Personalized, yeah, you have some assets here already, like Google did that. We can keep that. Free shipping on all orders. I like to okay, let's personalize your experience is pointless. Definitely pin your brand name on position 1. And the reason for that is if somebody is looking for your brand, they definitely want to see the brand name first. And we had that, we saw that with Nike earlier, you know. And a lot of brands are missing out on that. See, but Nike is first. Because that's one, you want to see that first. You're already looking for that, that should be first instead of, I don't know, sometimes you see things like that, for example. Men's shoes, clothing, and accessories, and then you have Nike at the end. Or not at all. Sometimes it works like that with ads. Because the way ads work here, and you see the preview there already, you will always see at least 2 headlines like that, you know, but up to 3 on desktop potentially, but it's also usually 2. That's why you see 2 here. Do we see an example with 3 maybe? No. And descriptions, you can see it here as well. We don't have anything yet, but you will always see 2 descriptions. And you can add way more, as you can see, and the way it works, let's read the official description. I think it's already quite decent. Enter 3 to 50 headlines, so you need at least 3. Headlines appear at the top of your ad and can be up to 30 characters. That makes sense, we see that. The headlines and other parts of your ad, including extensions, may show in different configurations based on the device. Yeah, that's true. So there are many different options depending on the settings you choose in your campaigns as well. The whole Google Ads interface and the whole Google Ads universe is actually quite complex, but I want to keep it simple for you. But in the end, let's say you add 15 headlines here. Google will try to mix it up in different ways, you know, sometimes that shows first, sometimes that. Based on the data it gathers and based on what Google sees what works best, it will show that more often and most of the times then. But I don't like that. I don't like to even add 15 headlines because in order for Google to actually see what's best, need a lot of data. With 15 variations, you can do the math on that. If you have 15 variations and you actually want to find out, really find out what works best, you do need a lot of data on that. So it's rather pointless for a small campaign like that. So we just pin the brand name at the first place. That makes the most sense. Everything else is rather secondary. We can add calzada boots. And now we have boots. You can play with ChatGPT, think about the copywriting a bit more. I just want to get it done here now for the sake of the video. Step into style, that's great. We can use that, why not? It's a brand campaign. People are already looking for your brand. So you don't have to sell them with the copy here. You have like 30 characters anyway. By the way, I also like to use content from the landing page actually, because then you have a greater match of keyword, ad and landing page, which defines your ad quality. Don't want to get too much into that again. It's super complicated, but you do want to have a good ad quality, then you get a cheaper CPC. Just to keep it simple, just make sure you have a good match of keyword, ad, and landing page, which means the keyword should be in the ad copy, and the ad copy should kind of reflect what we see on the landing page, right? That's why I sometimes like to use some elements of that. All right, calzade, boots or shoes. Let's do, I don't like the word boots in general. What the hell? Step into style, fashion fusions. Yeah, I don't really know about that. Unrivaled quality, let's go. And that's it, that's enough, you know. Like that will always show up on number one. We can even pin that as number one as well. Let's leave that. Or calzade mode actually. Then we have, so either that, because we kind of have two brand names, right? A little bit like calzade mode. People will look for that as well for sure. So yeah, so now we pin both on position one. So the way it works now, either that will show or that will show. Again, depends on what data Google gathers as well. It will test it, see what works better. And if one works better, most of the time that will show. That's enough. And then some descriptions. Let's adjust it a little bit. Perfect. And I don't pin descriptions usually. It's not that deep with descriptions. Let's copy that, you know. I don't wanna, you can put a little bit more effort into that. We're not overcomplicated now, and that's fine actually. It's not bad copy. But I will keep it simple for the sake of the video as well. Do we have something else? Let's pick one of the key products. Stylish comfort for every step, or with every step. I like it a bit more actually. Yeah, we should keep the same style. We either use capital letters or not. So let's stick to that now for the descriptions. Calzade mode, stylish comfort with every step. Order online now. Done. 3 descriptions, that's enough. Assets we will add later on. I can show you that. Get access, not yet. I need to verify my account first. We will do that later. Vinay will do that. Done. Right, next. Budget, we will set it to 15 euros. But again, doesn't matter that much yet. Nobody knows the brand yet. Nobody will look for it, so we will not spend 15 euros a day. That's important to understand. Even after some weeks, some months, it will be most likely 5-10 euros a day. So we can only spend money if somebody is actually looking for us, right? So I will set it to 15 now. It's alright. If we can do 10 as well. And later on, actually, if we get a lot of brand traffic, then we can maybe increase it a little bit. We will see. Let's do 15. Perfect. Publish campaign. Let's double check some settings real quick as well. We will also change here from account default to campaign specific. Save. The rest should be fine. We disabled all of that. English and English. Right. Perfect. Yeah, we will change that. Can I actually? Now I can change it, I think, here. No? Now I can change it here. See, that's so messed up. Google always tries to trap you in a certain direction, but we will still change it in the Google Ads editor. I want to show you that later. And then we will change it. That's why you have to be careful. You cannot trust Google fully. They always try to push you in their desired direction, not what's best for you. And yeah, maximize clicks is fine as well, but you know, I want to have the options in the end. All of that is fine, doesn't matter that much. We keep it like that. Perfect, we are set. Time for the next video. Alright, yeah, I wanted to make a quick follow-up video on the branded search campaigns. Because Jason actually had a couple of great questions here, let's pull it up. I wanted to dive deeper into that, make a proper video, answer it properly, and then we can add it to the course as well. But yeah, let's look at it together. A couple of great questions here, like question 1. What is the method for increasing the budget for the branded search campaign? Scaling it basically, which budget should you use? And where do we have the second question? That is quite important. Why is it not spending all of that? I get that a lot because I do get these questions quite a lot. I got it before. Yeah, sometimes when I make these videos, you know, like I don't reflect on all of these questions properly, but then it pops up later, like like now. And now we can make a proper follow-up video on that, and then we just add it to the course. Perfect. Okay, question 1 again, what is the method for increasing budget? Question 2, why is it not spending properly? Got it before. And a really good question as well, how do we set the bids and why do we set it like that? All right, so we have those 3 questions. Perfect, let's look at it. Question 1. Okay, what is the method for increasing budget? Okay, all right, so we set the budget to 15 euros a day, right? That's what I said in the course as well. That's what we usually start with, but you have to understand, like, what is this brand search campaign basically? Just to make sure that we completely understand, like, what is that actually? If we use our previous example again, like the Calzade store, we use the keyword Calzade, right? That's the name of the brand, and we set up a search brand campaign for that. So what that means is when somebody is looking for Calzade, for that shop, we make sure we show up with our ad on top of the search result page, right? Okay, let's say that's the Google search result page. We look for something here in the search bar, right? Calzade. And we see a couple of ads, hopefully our shopping ads as well. Then we have different search results here. And we want to make sure we are present with ideally our shopping ads, right? And also like the search ads. So we are like really dominant, especially when somebody's looking for us. And we don't want to allow the competition to show up here, right? Then usually below the ads, you have a couple of organic search results. Ideally also our organic search result if the SEO is on top, you know, you want to show up with your brand, right? Perfect. But you might realize already, okay, we have a budget of 15 euros a day. Somebody's looking for our brand and then we can show up. And that also means, okay, we can only show up if somebody is looking for our brand. And if there's not enough demand, we will not spend 10 clicks a day, maybe even more. Depends on how much traction there already is, right? If you're already spending on Facebook ads, for example, and you already build up a certain level of demand for your brand, you know, then you will spend something. If you scale up the Google ads and suddenly you are like, I don't know, the sky is the limit, 3-5K a day, like you will build up a certain level of demand for your brand. Then you get 100 clicks a day. Then you spend, I don't know, 5 euros, 10 euros, 15 euros. So it will take some time until you actually spend the 15 euros, especially with the CPC that we have, right? So it's totally normal that you do not spend everything at all. As a matter of fact, you will not spend anything at all in the beginning unless someone is looking for your brand already. And that takes some time, you know, if you start from scratch. So maybe I didn't make that fully clear in the previous video, or I didn't mention it at all, but that's like quite important to understand, all right? So to summarize one more time, you will only spend and you will only show up with that campaign if somebody is looking for your brand already. Wherever you build up that demand, Facebook, TikTok, Google ads, somebody has to look for your brand. If you spend a lot in the beginning already, that's quite the red flag, because where does that demand come from? They shouldn't know you already. And you can check that as well in the search terms. What kind of search terms are popping up there? Do I even rank for the right keyword? Because that's something you want to check. Is the quality good? Because sometimes maybe there's another Calzade and you don't even want to show up for that. So you want to check that as well. Do I even rank for the right search terms? That's why we set it as exact match as well, the keyword. So we really only show up for Calzade in the beginning. All right, hope that makes sense. All right, second question. I kind of started with the second question, I feel like. Kind of question 1 and question 2 go hand in hand now. Why did it not spend fully yet? Because there's not enough demand or like search volume for your brand yet. You got a couple of conversions already, so that's great. So I guess you are active on Facebook ads or like wherever that demand is coming from, but that's great. But yeah, that's why it's not spending everything yet, right? Because like with the low CPC, with $15, euros, whatever the currency is, you get quite far already. But yeah, question 1 and question 2 go hand in hand. It's not spending everything yet because there's not enough demand yet. Again, with $50, you can go quite far. What is the method for increasing budget? You just increase it basically to keep it simple. Again, with $50, you come quite far. Later on, you can add a couple of more relevant keywords. So you will see it. Yeah, let's take Calzade as an example again. You will see when you scale and there's more demand, there will pop up a couple of similar search terms that are quite relevant. For example, let's say Calzade Cashmere Pullover or Cashmere Pullover. And you see there's quite a lot of demand for that. Usually it's something like cazzate reviews. People want to know that. And you might want to bid on that as well, so they go directly to your website and not Trustpilot or something, especially if your Trustpilot reviews are not that great. Then you can add that as a keyword as well, and then you can scale that brand campaign. But for that, you also need some proper traction already. Then you can increase the budget, but I think the most interesting question is the last one actually. How do I set the bids, or should I increase the bids? So I think in the course I said something of like 20 cents or 25 even. That's a good value to start with. That's quite a cheap CPC, and usually it's like even cheaper to bid on your own brand. You sometimes have like very, very cheap CPCs of 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents. With that, you should be fine, and it's still worth it. You still have like a really nice ROAS with that, but you can play around with that a little bit. If you notice competition is bidding on your brand, CPC is sometimes a bit higher, and sometimes it's not even enough to have 25 cents. Shouldn't really be the case because you're not like a big player yet, right? And you can play around with that a little bit once you see like there's some brand traction coming up and nobody's bidding on your brand. Sometimes you can be successful with a CPC of 10 cents, which basically like is less than 50% of that, which means ROAS is significantly higher, but it's just a brand campaign, you know, like this is not scalable. It's only scalable to the degree there's like demand for your brand. So that's important to understand. I had a crazy brand campaign once where there was quite some demand, quite some traction for the brand as well. And we had a CPC of 1 cent, which is the lowest you could do, right? And I set the max CPC to 1 cent there. And there was literally no competition. So we got like 300 clicks for every single day. And I don't even know, like we got 7, 8, 9 conversions. I don't even remember. And ROAS was crazy. It was almost like exponential, right? Like almost unlimited ROAS. I don't even know what we had, like 300,000%. But it was crazy. Like you can do the math, right? If you get like 300 clicks, that was really crazy for 1 cent. And we got a couple of conversions every day. You can do, I don't know, conservative, like 3% conversion rate. It's probably even higher if somebody's looking for your brand. Like the ROAS was crazy, right? But yeah, it's just a brand campaign. Like people were looking for your brand already. Of course, that's working quite fine. But it's always good to have that in your account because again, you want to be quite dominant in the search result page there with the shopping ads, search ads, organic search result before all the competitors. And you want to make sure you're active there as well and they don't show up, right? Be very active with that. It's there. It's dirty cheap anyway. And that's pretty much it. All right, quick recap. Hope that makes sense now. So yeah, you don't really, there's no need to increase the bids at all. Like 25 is already kind of the max. It's quite the opposite actually. You can play around and see if you can decrease it. And that's pretty much it. It always depends a little bit, you know, there's like certain keywords, certain brand terms where you have to kind of pay that price. Sometimes you can decrease it a little bit. If actually competition is bidding on your brand, then that's the case where you want to increase the CPC bids, you know, because you don't want the competition to be here if somebody is looking for your brand. That's the only reason where you want to increase it. If you don't have to pay that price, you stick to that or even try to decrease it a little bit. So you can play around with that, you know. Any other questions? Okay, what's the method for increasing budget? Okay, we nailed that. If there's more demand, just to recap real quick, if there's more demand, you can increase it. You will not spend it fully, yes, only $2 a day is already, seems like people are already looking for your brand. So that's fine as well. And you don't increase the bids unless competition is quite active there. Quite the opposite, you can play around and try to decrease a little bit. Yeah, that's it. Hope you understand the branded search campaigns a little bit better now. Let me know if any of you guys have any further questions. Now in this video I will show you the Google Ads editor a bit more. As I already said, I really like it. I work a lot with it because also I'm kind of used to it at this point. It's a bit overwhelming at first. It seems complicated because you have so many options because the whole Google Ads universe is big, right? But once you get used to it and you know what you want to do there, it's quite easy. So just download the Google Ads editor online, search for it. There it is. And yeah, I have to wait. I have to download our account first. That's an offline tool, so we have to click on Add, open browser, continue, then one more time. Alright, then we can close that already, download our store, there we have it, Calzada Mode, and then it will open up the window. I can close this one. There we have it, and alright, so the way it works, basically there you have filter options. Obviously I'm starting with the filter options, the most interesting thing. No, great that you know where to find the filter options, that's really helpful, but no, it's still actually really important to know, because if you filter it the wrong way, then you don't see the campaigns. But it should be good by default. We have all the campaigns there now, and basically how it works, there you can pick the campaign, right? So if I pick that one, that will show up here. There you pick the level, campaign level, asset group level, keyword level, and on the right face it will just show up whatever I picked, right? So if I pick the brand here, and then I pick keywords, and then on the right side I see the keywords, right? Exact match, exactly how we want to have it. If I click on PMAX, there is nothing, because there are no keywords and we haven't added anything, and we cannot add keywords here, you know? Alright, and one more thing, which is also good to know, it's super simple actually. Whenever I change something, for example the budget here, you will see it based on that, see, like Josie added that, and on the left side here, it will be in bold now. So whenever you see that, it means, okay, something changed, which is really good for you to know, so you cannot mess it up. And there you see it as well. Campaigns is bold. Why? Because I changed something on campaign level. Budget is bold because I changed the budget here. There you can easily revert it, go back and forth. You see, like super simple. What you should always do, that's important as well, get the recent changes before you get started. Just to make sure, always download it. And before you upload it, I always download it as well. That way you make sure you don't overwrite something accidentally, and then you can post things here. Check again, goal level set, campaign specific, we did all of that already. And see there, it's easy to double check as well, like, okay, English, United Kingdom, I see everything at once. Targeting method, we said we do not want to have that, or for Google recommends it, of course. That's the, I changed it almost, that's the preferred one. Same here. And there we said we want to change the bid strategy, and here I can do it easily, right? I will go to manual CPC, enhanced CPC disabled, perfect. Then we go to add group, because there we will set the max CPC, which we will set to 20 cents for now. Perfect. Then if you go to keyword level, you see the 20 cents there already. So we are willing to pay 20 cents per click, right? Or, I mean, in our case, the currency is pound, so how is it called again? Pennies? I don't even know. Doesn't matter. You get the picture, right? It doesn't matter at all. So we have that. Then I will also rename the ad group here real quick. It's still called ad group 1. That's not really sexy. We can keep the name here. For the asset group, you can do asset group 1 is fine. You can rename it feed only. It's also cool. We don't change anything else. Yeah, just a quick introduction for this video. What we will do now, we will also set up the assets. I showed it to you earlier already, but I will show it again in detail. Then we will set up the assets here, like site links, callouts, even snippets for the search brand campaign. And then we're good to go. We will do that here because it's really easy to do it in the editor, that we can explore it a bit more. And then we're good to go. Just one more thing, we made some changes now, so let's download the current state again. So that's still offline, right? That's an offline tool. And now we will upload our changes, and then we're done here. Perfect. Now you see nothing is bold anymore because it's uploaded now. Back to default. Perfect. In this video we will add some assets like site links, callouts, and I will explain in detail what that means. Especially for the search brand campaign, in order for it to be more prominent. We had it earlier on when we search for Nike, and yeah, there you can see it really stands out. But yeah, with that search brand campaign, we can see these are the site links. It really makes the ad stand out because the ad is much bigger, right? And it also enhances the customer experience because I can get quicker to whatever section I want to go to. You can link wherever you want to link. You can link to About Us page, to the bestseller page. But the main thing for me from the ads perspective is to make the ad bigger, make the ad look more prominent. And usually you only see the site links if you rank at number 1, if you rank on top with the search ad, but that's quite easily doable with our search brand campaign, right? Because we are bidding on our brand. But anyways, you should always add that. That's why we will do that. And yeah, we will add a couple of other extensions as well, like callouts and snippets. That's an organic search result, but that, like a callout would look very similar to something like that, right? These are the site links, then a callout would be something like that. Small snippets I can show you, I have it open here already. So these would be, there we have it. I think that would be a good explanation. So the way you see the site links here, not really. But callouts in the end are like these small snippets at the end, small benefits. Then these are the site links, and all the big ones that we see here. That's not really, I'm not even sure if site links can look like that. Potentially, who knows? Actually not sure. Usually it look like that. See, these are site links. Then you have the callouts here below the description sometimes. Almost looks like a description here, to be honest. And then the snippets are also like similar to the callouts. Wait, I will show that in the editor then, where you have like different types of ways you can promote it. For example, we can use different product categories, and then you have like here types, and then you have pullovers, pants, or we have shoes in our case. Then we have types, we have boots, we have dress shoes, things like that. But the main thing, definitely the site links, because they make the ad look bigger, they make the ad stand out. The rest is just like small little details. We can definitely add that. There we have site links as snippets as well. Site links again. These might be callouts again above the red box. But yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And for that we actually go to shared library. Why, you have to remove this Loom stuff here. Let's go to shared library, asset library, and then site links. And then let's add 4 site links. You want to add 4. That's the maximum number that can show at once. Something between 2 and 4, depending on how much space you have and on which device you are. But up to 4. You can also use 5, 6, and then the algorithm will decide again which it will show, you know. But 4 is enough in our case. Let's do men, women, about us. And do we have something like a bestseller page there? Maybe best-selling, maybe all. We will do that actually. So men, women, about us, our contact, and bestsellers. That makes sense, right? So we provide some value with the site links as well, because that's relevant. So we have the link text, and you don't have a lot of characters available for that. You will see up to 25 for the link text, up to 35 for the description line. So you have to stick to that. Women, bestsellers, bestseller, and contact us. Let's do that. Well, let's see, is the about page actually optimized properly? Yeah, not too much. Let's rather pick that. Let's do it step by step. We have the link text. Now let's have a short description. I will just copy something from the website again. If we have something here. Exclusive. What will we take? I don't want to write something myself here. Premium shoe wear for men. Shop now at mode. So you don't have to use all 35 letters. Then we will not do the same for women. We can use one of those again. Elevate every step with, I used capital letters for the first letter, so we have to elevating every step. Or like, let's do something like that. Fuck that. Discover our women's collection, right? Wait. Let's do it like that. Discover our collection for women, and then unrivaled comfort. Yeah, let's just type it. Unrivaled comfort and quality. Perfect. Then bestsellers. We will do something like that. Again, discover our best-selling products. Can I even say shoewear or footwear? What's more common? Just just Googling here on the side real quick. We just keep it like, who cares? Discover our best-selling products. Calzado model, premium shoes. What should we pick here, honestly? Like, let's do something like that. Calzado model. Tap into style now. Doesn't matter that much, you know. It's just like, it has to stand out. The link text is the most important. Just for us to take space. We don't have to win a copywriting award with that one today. Like, really not. Then contact. What do we have on the website? Alright, then next, the final URL, of course. Where do we want to link? So let's do that for contact. Then men, all products. That sounds good. Then women. And the bestsellers. Let's just, where did we got that here? You're all perfect. Best selling. And then we wanna mark everything, associations, and just do account association. Honestly, it's best. Doesn't really affect the PMAX as well. And now it's linked to our brand campaign as well. Then callouts, that's a bit easier. We just add like 5 of this. I like to use benefits for that, you know, like typical things like free shipping, premium materials, something like that. Let's see what we have on the website, so we're kinda aligned with that. Handcrafted by skilled artisans, quality and comfort. Things like that, you know. Not too long, keep it short. You also have like only 25 characters anyway for that as well, but keep it really short, quick, straight to the point. Unmatched quality. Their Italian footwear, I think it's not really shoewear, right? Nobody says that. I don't care. I say it. Italian footwear. And then again, you associate it with account level. And then we do the same with snippets. And for that, I explained it earlier. So first of all, in language English. And there you have to pick something. So sometimes that's not really the best thing, like what suits us best. I want to have something for like the product categories, right? And usually what fits best in fashion is types, styles, models. That's usually what works best in fashion. Service catalog, you can do that actually. No, also it's too long, I don't like that. I would do styles and then we just pick different product styles that we have. Okay. Boots, shoes and loafers. Let's do it. Let's see how that works. Perfect. Then we had heels, right, for the women. Heels and more or less the same. We add a little bit more here. Dress shoes. Maybe that will come later. We could do loafers separately actually. I feel like that could be put separately. Perfect. Then we have a couple of them. Same thing associated with their account. We download all the changes again before we upload anything. And then we have the assets as well. We're actually like super ready to run ads now. Everything is live anyway already. But the only thing left is adjusting some small settings in the ad account. Then we're actually done. Perfect.
Hey, you're still watching. Seems like you are heavily interested in e-commerce and Google Ads. We built this cool community exactly for that. So if you want to learn more about Google Ads for e-commerce brands and how to scale and grow your store, feel free to check out the link below. Join our school community. You will have full access to our Google Ads course, a lot of bonus content, mindset videos, how to manage your store, scale your ads, and so on. Access to a community of Google Ads killers, weekly calls, and much, much more for just $44 a month. So yeah, check out the link below and see you on the other side. Enjoy the rest of your video.
We are live, everything is done. PMAX is live, SearchBrand is live, we have the assets live. We are good to go. Now it's just about gathering some data, getting the first few clicks and impressions in. Again, like the things you can expect and everything we will tackle in a later video, but I just want to edit real quick. Be patient, it will take some time. Sometimes the PMAX doesn't even spend for the first few days, you know, and doesn't even get impressions, so that will take some time. Don't be worried by any warning signs or anything. Everything is set properly. If you follow the steps, it will be alright. But it takes some time until it actually gets some traction. And even when it starts to spend, it will not spend your budget fully yet. So don't worry about that. But again, all of those things tackle in the next section. because I know you will still have a couple of questions. What's next? What can we expect? But that's for a later video. What we want to do now is check a couple of settings in the ad account. Want to make sure everything is set properly. The first thing that we will do is go to the recommendation tab, and just ignore all of it, what you see here. Like, I don't care. Forget what Google tells you. We just want to make sure everything is turned off here, except maybe upgrade your conversion tracking. You can do that, but it's done already. Then we go to assets, click on the three dots here, account level automated assets, then one more time to advanced settings, or like just switch back and forth here. That wasn't the case a couple of months ago. They made it easier now, but anyway, advanced settings, and then we turn everything off here. We don't really want that. Dude, I cannot make it more complex to switch it off than ever before. We don't really want that. It's usually still shit, and things like that, you know, automatically generated ad copy also messes with our feed only strategy. So suddenly we run on other Google properties again. We don't want that. So just switch everything off, then you're safe, done. And then there's one more thing. We go to admin, and where do we see that again? One more second. Preferences, I think, let me check. No, account settings. There are a couple of things. What do we have here? Price, transparency, share price data of publishers, access non-aggregate price data. So just want to make sure everything is set here. Let's go for it step by step again. Doesn't matter here. Core reporting. That's what we just turned off, and we want to make sure that it stays like that. Lead forms doesn't matter, but there we want to make sure we have conversion tags. Turn on conversion-based customer list on. That's comes in quite handy later on. Or Google Ad Services, save, and that as well, and that's it already. A very important one, really looking forward to do it, because the following videos I will teach you everything you need to know about Google Ads, because the campaigns are live now, right? But it's very important for you to understand Google Ads better now, understanding key principles, understanding account management, how to scale, how not to scale, how you can avoid typical rookie mistakes. So the next few days, weeks and months will be smooth sailing for you, or smooth scaling if you want so. So let's dive into it. In the first video, we will talk about understanding Google Ads and some key principles, starting with patience and consistency. And that's probably one of the most important principles you have to understand about branded Google Ads dropshipping, especially compared to Facebook. If you already have experience in Facebook ads dropshipping, you will be surprised that Google Ads is quite different in terms of how the whole scaling process looks like, in terms of consistency of results and things like that. Because let's look at Facebook first. Let's have Facebook here on one side and Google on the other side, right? If you already have experience with Facebook, or you're a bit more familiar with Facebook, you know, like, it's the same for both platforms, that you need some data first, right? You have a learning phase. So it takes some time to gather data, and then slowly you scale up, right? That's basically the same with both platforms, Facebook. And the difference with Facebook is that sometimes you can scale up really quickly, because if you have a winning product, trending product, a good offer with good pricing and perfect creatives, and you launch a couple of them, you have good processes, you already know what you're doing, sometimes it can go really rapidly, right? It can scale up really fast. Oftentimes it's very short-lived if it's just one product. So that's one of the downsides of Facebook, right? It's very inconsistent. You can scale up quickly, but then let's say the product is not selling that well anymore, so it's a constant up, down, depending on how experienced you are and how well you're doing the whole thing. So Google is quite different in terms of how fast that whole thing goes, because with Google you usually don't see that rapid scaling, very rare. I've managed probably in the last 2 years definitely way over 100 stores in total, right? The learning curve like that I've seen like 3, 4, 5 times, depending also on the season. If it's like Black Friday, you can scale up very quickly, right? If you have a trending product, for example, around Christmas, we sold those Christmas sweaters and they sold really well. That's very rare, right? That's a trending product, oftentimes also very short-lived. That doesn't really count. The way it usually works with Google compared to the Facebook chart that we have here, it's very, very slow in the beginning. You know, because you start with a small budget as well, you get some purchases, then it's a bit up, a bit down, a bit up, a bit down, still very inconsistent in the beginning. Then you slowly gain traction, and the more you gain, the better it goes, and until you hit the plateau again, right? And then you're very consistent at that level, and it looks like that, everything's super consistent. Over a longer period of time, it's almost like a flat curve, and you consistently hit those 2K days, 3K days, 4K days, and it just stays like that. So really nice, you have the consistency with Google there, you know, which is a bit missing here at Facebook. But it takes a long time to get there. Like that first period, you know, to gather some first data, depending on the store, can take up to 1 month, like 2, 3, 4 weeks at least. And I have to be aware of that. That's normal, you know. We just aim for some consistency there, getting some data first, making sure we're break even. Then we are slowly scaling up, you know, next period, scale up phase where we increase budgets consistently, getting some first profits in, or good profit. Then we scale up until we have a proper budget, scale up quickly, and then we are at that level where it's very consistent. So that's how it usually works with Google. But that's why 2 things are very important in the beginning. That is, first of all, patience. I will not write it here, like that's a bit annoying with writing, but patience is super important, because you will most likely, in 80% of the cases, have a phase like that, where it's very slow in the beginning. Especially now, we have January now, it's a very slow month, generally speaking. It will take some time, you know, you have to gather the data. Facebook is a bit quicker sometimes. So patience is super important. And the second aspect I wanted to discuss in that video is consistency. Because you see, okay, I have to be patient, cannot skip this whole process usually. So I have to be consistent. You have to add winning products consistently. You have to tweak and optimize things consistently. And then your chart will look like that. Oh, I can guarantee you that it will look like that. If you improve consistently, gather data consistently, and you do everything you have to do step by step, then it will look like that. But again, patience and consistency. Alright, so we talked about patience and consistency, super important. If you cannot do that, you will fail. Trust me. So that's super important. If you manage to do that and you stick to it, you improve consistently, you will win. It's that easy in the end. But I oftentimes get that question, okay, Chris, so I have to go through that learning phase, right? Where at the beginning, everything is a bit slower before it ramps up and we start to make some proper profits, right? And I often get that question, okay, how do I handle this specific phase? This 2 to 4 weeks phase where I just have to gather data and learn. And it's really simple actually. During that period, you do almost nothing, okay? You make sure your backend is running smoothly. You do not do anything with the ads. Why? You just launch the ads. They need some time to adjust anyway. You need to gather some clicks. The metrics will be all over the place at first. The CPC is still a bit crazy. You get some first add to carts, begin checkouts. Eventually you will get your first purchases. And then you want to stick to that. You don't want to be like, I got my first purchase now, let's do this, let's do that, let's change that, let's split up the campaign to 1,000 different other campaigns. No, no. Like during that period, not much will happen. You start with a budget of 50 euros. That's not a lot of volume. There's not much that will happen here. So you just stick to that, you gather some first clicks, and after that period you will have a couple of conversions ideally, but it will not be much yet. And that's when people often ask me, so Chris, we are live for 4 weeks, what can we do next? But yeah, 4 weeks, the time period doesn't really matter, the time frame, you know, because just imagine, okay, let's say store A is live for 4 weeks and store B is live for 4 weeks, right? You have a budget of 50 euros. Store B has a budget of 5,000 euros a day. And let's say they spend it on Google Ads. And let's say they run on Facebook Ads for a while as well. Your 4 weeks, they will look drastically different. You will get a couple of conversions, let's say 20 purchases, really nice. They will already make thousands of dollars each and every single day here. Store B, right? They are printing already. They're already active on Facebook, so the whole learning phase will be quicker, they have a big budget. So it's not really how long have you been live, how long have you been running ads. It's also the amount of data that you gather in the period, right? And again, it will take some time. And there's also, doesn't really make sense for you to start with a bigger budget, for example, because you wanna keep it low, you know, like give it some time, see how the metrics are looking. Do you get some first purchases back? If that is looking really nicely, then you can scale up a little bit, and that makes sense. So really during that time, it's all about gathering data. That's the keyword here. Just let it run, gather some data. How is the CPC looking? Do you get some purchases already? Is it looking good? Are you break even potentially even? Do you make some profits? That's the thing. And then when you're out of this phase, you start to increase your budget a little bit. So you start to move up a little bit, right? And then it gets more interesting, of course. So what do you do next? What do you do in that period? So first we had to gather some data. That's fine. We were patient. We stayed consistent. Now it's time to start to think about improvements, right? Still, a lot of people, you're still super early in that phase, right? You don't have crazy volume. You don't have crazy budgets. You don't make crazy revenue. So don't overthink it with the improvements. Stick to the simple things. People often think with the improvements, they think about, oh, we will do a crazy A/B test. But it doesn't make any sense to do an A/B test when you have a budget of 100 euros a day. It will take you ages to actually get proper data. Oftentimes also A/B tests are pretty pointless because people test things they should know anyway. What you will do in that phase, again, daily improvements, small improvements, but we focus on the simple things where we know that brings you big ROI. And that is usually step number 1, adding new winning products. So stay consistent with adding products. We usually recommend 5 to 10 a day, especially in that period. At first you don't want to change much even here because you just want to gather some data, make sure GMC stays live and everything. And then we add new products here, right? Always quality over quantity. Add 5 to 10 really good products a day. And then you can also think about, okay, how can I optimize the store a little bit? We'll show you later now, like Vinny already showed you in his part, like how to build a proper store. I will show you some conversion design principles later on, purely from the marketing perspective. Then you can optimize your product page especially, right? Because that's where people will land. Your whole store generally, checkout process, little things, the backend, for example. You can check your metrics. Is the AOV good? And we will talk about it later as well. What's the conversion rate? Is it high? Is it low? Why is it high? Why is it low? Then you start to think about those aspects. Just focus on making sure the numbers are going up until you hit a certain level where you make some good profits already, or until you start plateauing again a little bit. But that should be a period of growth. That's where you gain some proper traction. That's where it's easy to scale. And you focus on those things. Oh, that was a bit of a messy circle. Adding winning products, tweaking the store a little bit, making sure the backend is properly set up. Little things, nothing crazy. We don't split up campaigns. We don't do any A/B tests. Stick to the high ROI activities, and then you will be able to scale like that. Alright, so this will be my absolute favorite video, because this shit drives me nuts, honestly. Because what we will tackle now in that video, what we are going to talk about, I get this question so often, it boggles my mind, honestly, because I don't understand it, why I get this question so often. So, really happy that we can talk about it now. And it's also a very important thing to understand, because a lot of people get this completely wrong. And it's the fact that not every day will be the same. And what I mean with that is when you start running ads and you see some good results, and let's say your chart looks like that, okay, you scaled up a little bit, so you scaled up and you had a really good day, then it drops a little bit, but still another good day. Then you have, let's say, one day was kind of bad, shitty ROAS, not really profitable, and let's say another one, instantly, like 2 bad days, right, compared to what you had here. What I see often is like people get nervous immediately. You had 7 great days, and then you have like 2 days who are not even unprofitable. Let's say they're just not great. They're break even. 2 days. They always get super nervous and they're like, Chris, what should I do? Today sucks and I don't know, ROAS is not great, and yesterday I had way more purchases. And I'm like, what do you want to do now? 1 day or maybe even 2 days. And it sounds clear, right? Why would you change something after 2 days? But I swear to God, 90% of the people get super nervous, super frustrated. They want to do something. If they don't work with an agency who guides them properly, or if they don't work with a media buyer, if they do the ads on their own, or the agency gets stressed as well. What usually happens, people do a lot of crazy changes and they mess up the algorithm because like, okay, we had 2 bad days. now let's change and this and that. And they feel good about it because they changed a lot, which means, oh, we were active in the account, so we improved something. And what usually happens, because they were messing with the algorithm instead of trusting the process a little bit, performance gets even worse. And then they start to do another round of changes and to do this and to that and to do this. And it's like, it just goes down, 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 down. Like it's a, oh, I deleted that. It's like a downward spiral in the end, right? But what should you do instead actually when you see something like that? Okay, first of all, and that's super important to understand, because what we sometimes forget when we look at the data and we look at the numbers and we look at ROAS, revenue and everything, we're so focused on data and numbers that you forget that you're actually selling to real human beings, you know, like they're real people on your website, they check your product, they buy it, not buy it, they buy a lot or not buy a lot. So you're actually selling to real human beings. And you probably watch that and you sit there and be like, yo, Chris, I know that already. Why do you tell me that? But it really is like that. Sometimes we get so lost in the numbers that we actually forget that simple fact. We constantly focus on, oh, how can we increase the ROAS? How can we do this better and that better? Instead of like, how can we provide a better experience to my customer who is a real human being, you know? And why do I tell you that? Because it's important to keep that in mind. You're selling to real humans, and the reason for this little uptrend can have several really logical reasons. First of all, 2 days is not a long time period, right? So I don't make emotional decisions based on 2 days. That's not really valid data. I don't make decisions based on 2 days because there can be so many things. First of all, could be something with the algorithm that it's a bit messy for 2 days. It's still in the learning phase, most likely. I don't know. So give it some time to adjust, to see what it will do. And usually I wait at least 3 to 4 days before I do any changes. I wait for some confirmation. I actually want to see, okay, what's happening? Does it stay like that? Then I dive deeper, like, why is it like that? Is there a reason? We do, what can be improved? So you wait for at least 3 to 4 days. And again, could be just a little downtrend because of the algorithm. There can be so many other factors, because I just told you we're selling to other humans. Maybe it's the weekend, and maybe the weather is great and everybody is outside. Nobody really cares about shopping. Great weather, great food. They spend time with family and friends, and they're not really in shopping mode right now. They can do that on that day again. And maybe performance goes up then. So weather could be the news, politics, war, the economy, like whatever, short-term things as well that influence this decision, this downtrend, I mean. Yeah, there could be so many things. Could be that it's almost the end of the month and everybody's waiting for their salary, they don't have a lot of money, have to save. So yeah, it could be thousands of different reasons. The bottom line is you don't make stupid emotional decisions based on 2 days. Dude, sometimes I get the question even on the same day, and I get questions like, Chris, it's 2 p.m. and we don't have as many sales as yesterday. And I'm like, so what, it's 2 p.m. And then the funny thing is, then the evening comes and it's like 8, 9, 10 p.m. and suddenly they have a new record day because everybody bought in the evening. And I'm like, why are you so nervous? And like, that's very important to keep in mind, because I see that with 99%, especially with beginners, they get overly emotional about some bad days or worse days. So keep that in mind for later on. Understand, and not every day is the same. Maybe the next day will look like that, and then you have a new record day. Then it stays like that, then it drops again. And you look at that day and you're like, not really great. I had so many good days here. What's happening here? Then it goes like that again, and you maybe plateauing for some, and again, you're like, but it continues and it looks good. Another, maybe like a couple of bad days then, right? Sometimes it happens like that. The important thing to keep in mind is, and that's what I will show you right now. If you actually look at the starting point here and where we are at, let's say 4 weeks, let's say that's a 4-week time period. You look at that and you see how much you grew. Or let's say the account is a bit more established, and after in a 4-week period, where is the K missing here? In a 4K period, it looks more like completely flat. You have the little ups and downs, but in the end, it's super consistent with a lot of profits. And what I want to tell you with that is focus on the long term. Don't get too bothered by these little downturns. Because if you do that, and bro, the same vice versa with the wins. You don't want to get too emotional about the wins. You don't want to get too emotional about the downturns. You want to focus on the long-term trend. Are you moving in the right direction? Or is it stable with good profits? And even I, as a media buyer, I don't check accounts on a daily basis. We do check everything, if everything stays live, is there anything that's wrong with the account, but we are not analyzing the account on a daily basis. Why? Because that way you get lost in short-term data. You don't look at the bigger picture anymore. You don't focus on growth, you don't focus on scaling, you don't focus on the strategy. You get lost in things like that. Where's my cursor? Things like that. And that's also wrong. You don't want to focus on that. You want to focus on the long-term chart. Are we moving in the right direction? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? But with a long-term perspective. So that's super important. If I can tell you just this one thing, get that right, understand this, watch this video 3-4 times so you properly nail it, because that will help you to succeed. Because especially in the beginning, it will take some time. You will probably have some bad days. You will probably have some inconsistencies until you're getting in the right direction. So understand those principles. Patience, consistency, daily improvements, understand that not every day is the same, and just keep moving in the right direction. And that's it. Alright, so this video will just be a quick one. I want to talk briefly about tracking quality because that's important to understand as well, and they do get this question a lot, so I just want to tackle that real quick. And the thing is, whatever tracking tool you're using, if you're using Trackbee, Wetracked, or you're using some other sort of tracking, it's important to understand even if your tracking quality is great, you will never track 100% of the data and the purchases you're actually getting, right? That's why for accurate data you always have to check the Shopify backend, like what's the actual number of conversions you are getting. In the ad account, you will never see 100% of the purchases. Let's say you had an 80K month, okay? Pretty solid, cool. But if we check the ad account, you will see, let's say 72K, right? And a lot of people are stressing then, so, oh, I don't track properly, I don't have all the data in my ad account. But you have to understand that, that's why I'm doing that video real quick. You will never track 100% of the actual conversions. And there are many reasons for that. You have the consent banner, you have ad blockers. There are so many different things that where it's basically impossible that they track 100%. And that's alright, you just have to understand, okay, I will never track 100% of the data as long as you have a great tracking quality of like 80%, 85, 90%, and with Trackbee it's really possible because it's a great tracking tool, then it's alright. Or here in our case, for example, we have a tracking quality of 90%. I wanted to pick another color of exactly 90%, right? 72K of 80K, 90%. That's a good tracking quality. That's great, I'm happy with that. But you just have to understand, okay, I never check 100% of the conversions. If you want to see everything, you have to check in the Shopify backend, and that's right, there you have all the data. It's just important that overall we have a great tracking quality, 80% plus at least, especially for dropshipping, ideally, because the more data you can give to the ad account, the easier it's for the algorithm to optimize, the faster you will get out of the learning phase. The more data you provide, the faster the whole learning process will go. Because just imagine if you have a tracking quality of 10%, we track 8K in the ad account. That means the algorithm thinks you generated 8K in revenue and you just have like 10% of the actual data. So it will take you like way longer to actually get off the learning phase, right? And that's the only reason why we want to have a great tracking quality. That's why it's important that you track a lot and properly. Just be aware that you will never track 100%, and that's it. Quick session about budgets, because I do get a lot of questions related to budgets. Obviously, what budget should I choose for the start? How do I scale my budgets properly? Why did Google spend more than my daily budget today? Things like that. Obviously, when it comes to money, people want to understand exactly like how does it work? How does Google spend my budget? Things like that. So we will discuss that in detail here. Go over some of the most important principles you have to understand in terms of budget. Let's choose that color for that video, because why not? Alright, first and most important principle, and we tackled that in the videos before, but when we start with a new store, a new campaign, we always start with a small budget. And that's the most important part as well. Not too little. And I think that's one of the most common beginner mistakes as well. You don't want to start with a budget of like 10 euros a day, for example, or like 20. Let's cut that so that's super clear. Why? Because if you choose a budget like that and you're too afraid of spending money, you will never win. Because with that budget, you will never get out of the learning phase. the whole thing will look like that. You start your campaign, you get a couple of clicks, and maybe here a purchase there, a couple of clicks, and it will look like that for months. Because in the end, then you look back after some time and you spend 300 euros and obviously not much happening, because it's just too little to get some proper traction. You need to move with a certain level of volume, otherwise there's no point in running ads. We start with a small budget, but there has to be a certain level, right? And what we found is best for the start, which is still a super small budget, is around 50 euros a day, or like even 40 to 50, you know, you can start with that. That's the minimum, you have to have that. We start with a small budget because in the beginning, you know, the metrics are a bit random, like CPC, sometimes a bit too high. The campaign is still learning, so it behaves in a strange way sometimes. Sometimes you get a lot of clicks, cheap traffic, more expensive traffic. So the campaign is still trying to find your ideal target group, you know. And then once you get some purchases in, purchase 1, purchase 2, and you gather some data, then everything becomes a bit more smoother. You get more purchases, better ROAS, and then you can slowly increase your budget as well. Move it up plus 20% and scale, right? But that's why we start with a small budget. We give it some time, gather the data, so everything stabilizes. And once we have that, once we get some purchases, decent ROAS, at least break even, then we scale up pretty fast, because that's still a very little budget and you do need some volume. You do need a lot of clicks, a lot of purchase data to properly get out of the landing phase. Because how would you otherwise ever get to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10k days? You need a lot of data to eventually even get there. So that's the most important aspect. Start with a small budget, but not too little, not too high. Aim for 50 euros a day, okay? Second principle. Okay, we said we will scale after some time once we gather a little bit of data, right? But how do you scale properly? And a lot of people get that wrong as well. We will tackle all of that later too, when we talk about some of the typical beginner mistakes. Yeah, some people get too excited and suddenly they set the budget to 300 euro. Crazy. Because maybe they have money, maybe they are not afraid of spending money, which is great because that means you're not too emotional about it. But that's a big jump, right? In percentage-wise. And it messes up the algorithm. It's a little bit too quickly. Other people make the mistakes, they're like too conservative, especially in the beginning, and then they increase it by 5 euros. And yeah, you're not really getting anywhere like that. Be a bit more ballsy. And in the beginning, you can definitely make some bigger jumps, but down the line, you don't want to improve it more than 10 to 20%. And I will give you an example. Let's say we start with 50 and I see we are getting some proper traction really quickly, you know, like good conversion numbers, good ROAS already. We do have the budgets. We want to move a bit more aggressive in the end. Maybe I will set it directly to 80, which percentage-wise you see is quite a lot, right? That's way more than 10%. That's way more than 20%. But in relative numbers, it's not that much. It's like 30 euros more. We are still in the learning phase anyway, so we can move a bit quicker, you know, a bit more aggressive in the end. So that's all right. Let's say once I'm at 150 euros, so we always have we're getting some conversions every single day. That's too much, or even 250. In that case, I would probably make smaller steps and see, okay, 20% we can still easily do, you know, let's go to 180. Then next we go to 200, for example. And then, but steadily, we make sure everything grows. But we aim for a certain level of consistency, because if we are too aggressive with the budget changes, it will mess up with the algorithm a little bit. And you don't want to get too emotional about it, because what I see some beginners do as well, they basically move with the budget like that. It's going, and it basically goes hand in hand with what I taught you in the previous video. They get too emotional about good days, they get too emotional about bad days. And then they do things like that. They increase the budget, oh, it was shitty today, then decrease it again, and oh, I had a good day, and they increase it again, and then it looks like that, you know? When in fact, it should look more like that, okay? Same budget, increase it, and you grow consistently. And okay, maybe it's a bit too high now, maybe let's go back to that level, and let's stick to that. Make some changes, improve some things, and then we can test again. Increase, scale, that's how it should look like. Not like that messy thing here. Talk about messy, like the whole thing also looks a bit insane at this point. But yeah, you get the picture. All right, before we clean that, quick recap. We talked about which budget to start with, how to scale the budgets, decrease budgets. And now we will talk about how Google will spend your budget and how the campaign will behave in the beginning, especially looking at the budget. And what will happen in the beginning, sometimes you will notice that, and that also freaks some people out. Let's say that's the whole day, right? Yeah, let's try to make it a bit never be. All right, let's say that's the whole day, right? That's midnight again, 24 hours, okay? And what you will see sometimes in the beginning, Google will not spend your budget steadily, or what people would like to see is, okay, basically spends the whole day, you know. And in the beginning, it spends more because that's usually where you get the best return on investment. Let's make the chart a bit better than in the beginning and the evening, yeah. Something like that, you know, that's how it usually looks like, or actually, yeah, pretty much like that. And again, in the evening, you get the best return on investment usually because that's where people are at home, right? They are not busy, they are not at work, they have time to sit down, properly shop and buy things. So that's where you usually get the best ROAS. So let's remove that. But what is Google doing sometimes, especially in the beginning phases? You have a small budget and the chart will look like that. Okay, nothing usually, and then in the morning it spends almost all your budget already, and that's pretty much it for the day. A couple of clicks here and there, or even worse, it spends everything midnight already, and then it looks like that, right? And it's really frustrating because you know, okay, I get the best ROAS here, Google. Like, why do you do that? But in the end, you have to roll with the bunches a little bit here. That's, by the way, is principle number 3. You have to roll with the bunches here a little bit and just take it, because the more data Google is gathering, the more clicks you get, the more purchases you get, the better the algorithm can learn. And the more it learns, the more confirmation it gets, the better the whole thing will look like, and it stabilizes with time. But at the beginning, you just take it and give it some time, and the more purchases you get, the better that will look, and the more stable it will look as well, and then the chart will more or less look like that. So trust the system a little bit. I know it's frustrating in the beginning, but it works, and that's why we said, okay, patience and consistency, one of the key principles. You don't want to stress too much too early on. You don't want to interfere with the system too much, because you know, can interfere with the system, but we usually never do that. There are rare exceptions, of course, but we usually never do that because it will hurt you in the long run. All right, that's principle number 3, and hand in hand with that goes principle number 4, which I will show you here as well. What Google also likes to do, especially in the beginning phases, is spend way more than your daily budget, usually up to 2x your daily budget. So let's say you have a budget of 50 euros a day. You will see in the beginning an overspend of 80, for example, 100, 110, sometimes even for a couple of days in a row. And you think like, what the fuck, Chris? I have a daily budget of 50 euros. Why does it spend so much? And it goes hand in hand with that principle, because what Google tries to do here is gather as much data as possible, as quickly as possible, especially in the beginning phases when you're still in the learning phase. That's why it spends all your money so early on, right? That's why it spends double the budget, because you don't have a lot of data in the account yet. You don't have a big budget. So Google spends it quickly, tries to get some data really quickly. Again, once you have the data, it will stabilize. But you have to understand that it will spend more than your daily budget, and it can do that at all times, even with more established account. And it makes sense, because what Google does, okay, you give them a bit of freedom with your budget, and they spend more on the weekends, for example. But the algorithm knows after some time, okay, I can get a better ROAS on the weekend. They spend more on the weekend and less on the Monday or Tuesday, for example. So you would never see a flat cost chart. It will always go up a bit, down a bit. So it's very, very flexible, right? And as I just said, okay, sometimes it spends more, sometimes it spends even less. And that's important to understand, that a lot of people don't know that. Okay, Google can overspend. Google can spend less than your daily budget. But on a 30-day average, right? Over the whole month, on a 30-day average, Google will always spend a daily average of 50 euros a day. So 50 euros times 30, Google will never spend more than 1.5k in that 30-day period, right? So if you look at the whole month, maybe they'll spend a bit more in the beginning, 100, 110, whatever, then a bit less on some other days. But at the end of the month, it will be the average of 50 euros a day if you don't change your budget. So that's very important to understand as well, because a lot of beginners don't know that, and then they start to stress when they see, okay, Google overspent it massively, especially if the return is not that great yet in the beginning. But understand that's part of the process. Give the system some freedom. That's why we discussed in the first video, patience, consistency, let it run, gather some data in the first few days, first few weeks, and it will pay off in the long run. And that's how Google works. It takes some time. It's not as quickly as Facebook, but it's way more effective in the long run. And once you're there, it's very consistent and gives you results consistently. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we have 4 key budget principles that you have to understand. That's it for now. See you in the next video. Another super important video, because today we will look at key metrics in Google Ads and key metrics for your store in general, how to look at it in a super simple way, how to analyze it, knowing on which metrics to focus on, how to improve step by step based on those metrics. And it's actually really simple. A lot of people overcomplicate it a lot. They look at impressions, impression share, clicks, costs, click-through rate, basically everything you have out there, CPM, and they are like, yeah, that's a good CPM, right? But they don't really know how to use the data or how to interpret it. Because if I tell you now, okay, you have a CPM of, I don't know, like 5 euros or 10 euros, like it doesn't even tell you much, you know? You might Google it and you see, okay, like this might be the average here, this might be the average here, but how do you interpret it, you know? How do you use it? How do you improve based on that? So we will look at it today for your specific case as dropshippers on Google Ads, and how to scale and grow your store in a data-driven way, in a super simple way as well. You know, I started out like that as well. When I started out as a media buyer in marketing, I also I checked everything and I overcomplicated things quite a lot. But in the end, it's really super simple, and it comes down to just 3 metrics you should look at that are important, that define your ROAS in the end and the profits you make, right? And it's really actually like 3 metrics. 3 metrics that are super important. And of course you can break it down further, but those 3 will actually define your results basically. So let's look at them. First is the CPC for Google Ads, or the cost of traffic. You know, you could also say CPM for Facebook, for example. CPM is more common, but in the end, cost of traffic, CPC. Then we have the AOV, and last but not least, of course, the conversion rate. So CPC, cost of traffic, AOV means average order value. So how much does each and every customer that buys on your store spends on your store? Average cart value, you know, like could be 30 bucks, 50 bucks, 60 bucks, whatever is the average order value. Pretty self-explanatory. And then we have conversion rate, which means how many visitors, people that are actually visiting your stores, are actually converting. So let's say you have a conversion rate of 1%, means from 100 website visitors, 1 will buy, right? 1% conversion rate. 2% means from 100 visitors, 2 will buy. Also super simple, just wanted to explain it just in case if some things are not super clear. So we have those 3 metrics now, CPC, AOV and conversion rate. And the important thing for you to understand is the interplay of those 3 metrics. The interplay like CPC, AOV and conversion rate defines your ROAS and how much profits you will make in the end, right? Just those 3 metrics. If you really keep it simple, those 3 metrics will define your ROAS. Why? Okay, let's say you pay 70 cents, or let's keep it super simple, €1 CPC, right? And you have a certain AOV and a certain conversion rate. That will define your ROAS. Let's say CPC suddenly, okay, let's say AOV stays the same, conversion rate stays the same, and CPC increases. Your ROAS will go down, right? Let's say CPC stays the same, conversion rate stays the same, and AOV increases, which means you have a better offer, you're cross-selling, you're upselling. ROAS will also increase, right? And let's say you also optimize the store and suddenly you have a better conversion rate, even better for the ROAS, right? So it's really super simple. Let's say you scale up and CPC increases while those 2 stay the same again. ROAS will decrease a little bit. So it's super simple actually. You have the cost of traffic, you have the traffic on your site, you have the conversion rate done, how many are actually converting, and how much do they spend with each and every single order. And that will define the ROAS, that will define your return, that will define your profits. And it's super simple, there's not more to it. And that's how you look at the data in a super simple way. That's where you start, and then you can always go deeper. Then you can analyze, okay, why do I have a low AOV, for example? why do I have a low conversion rate? Which out of those three can I improve the most? And that's also a super important factor. Let's clean that up a bit first. Because one thing you have to understand, usually CPC you cannot influence that much. Of course, there are bid strategies where you can set a certain CPC, but usually we don't do that. We have an AI-driven approach here. And in the end, you have to pay the market price, right? You have supply, you have demand, and that is one of the main factors of your CPC. Of course, there's the quality of your ads, which you can always improve. But in the end, you have to pay the market price, right? Don't overcomplicate it. You have to pay the price. Yeah, there's no way around it. And that's kind of fixed. That goes in waves. For example, around Black Friday, obviously CPC will increase because there's a lot of competition, a lot of supply. Demand also increases, of course, but in the end, it just comes down to that. You have to pay the price, right? And what you should focus on primarily, 100%, is AOV and conversion rate, because that's 100% in your control, right? You can make a better offer, you can increase, you can upsell, you can cross-sell, make sure you have a higher AOV, and you can constantly tweak and improve your store, provide a better offer again, which also increases the conversion rates. Maybe you can do something with your payment methods, provide the right payment methods so you have a good conversion rate as well. That's what you can focus on, right? Those two, they are in our control. Perfect. And now you might be asking, all right, Chris, but what's actually a good AOV? What's a good conversion rate? Like, what should you aim for? Again, in the end, it's an interplay of those three. Let's say your AOV might not be the best, say it might not be the best. Let's say your conversion rate also sucks a little bit, but CPC is dirt cheap. And I do have stores like that, I have clients like that. They don't have a great AOV. They have a conversion rate that makes me cry, literally. But the CPC is so cheap, we pay like, I don't know, 7 cents, sometimes. And if you do the math, then like you can buy a lot of traffic that way. And even if the conversion rate is not the best, you might still get decent ROAS after all. So just keep that in mind. It's always an interplay of those three. But in the end, what AOV are we looking for? What conversion rate are we looking for? Because again, that's in your control, right? You can optimize that. For AOV, generally speaking, for most ecom stores, and again, it depends on your niche and everything, but we aim for an AOV of at least 50 euros. Because what I've noticed, and that's applicable to most niches, when you have a very low AOV, let's say like 30 euros, it's very hard to scale. Because even if the conversion rate is good, the CPC is usually too expensive to scale with an AOV of 30 euros. Because yeah, you buy the traffic, maybe it even converts, but you don't get much money per order. That makes it hard to scale, right? The ROAS isn't that great, the profits aren't that great. But with an AOV of 50 euros, at least 50 euros, you have much more options. For example, I looked at one of my stores yesterday. We had a really great day. And it's a relatively new store, right? So we don't make a lot of money there yet. One thing stood out for me. We had 11 orders. Conversion rate was okay, but it was a good day. We had 11 orders, but over 1K in revenue. Over 1K in revenue. And yeah, if you do the math already, you will see, okay, we had actually a really good AOV. It was over 100 euros. So people bought a lot of items, people bought high-priced items, the profit margins were great. Yeah, despite the relatively low conversion rate, we had a really great day because the AOV was insane. So again, that also shows it's always an interplay of those three. But just keep in mind, 50 euros, that's what you should aim for. That's what you can set as a milestone, If it's higher, great, but that's what you should have at least. And conversion rate also depends on the market, again, like what payment methods you have and everything. But in my opinion, a really good scalable conversion rate, not really good, but the minimum you should have is at least 2%. That's what, in most cases, you would need for decent scaling opportunity, because with conversion rates that are too low or even lower, and you have a high CPC, that makes it hard to scale, even if the AOV is great, for example, and traffic doesn't convert, should you get a great return, right? There are some exceptions, of course. Again, if you have a market like that, for example, where the CPC is dirt cheap. In this store that I mentioned earlier, like, we don't have a high conversion rate. It's below 1%, but it's still scalable because CPC is that cheap. Again, it's always an interplay of those metrics, but keep that in mind. 2% is what you should aim for when you build a decent store, you have the payment methods and everything. And if you have that, 50 euros at least, 2% at least, there's almost no way you will fail. Unless CPC is crazy high, but then you have to check, like, why do we pay so much? Like, what's the reason? Is actually the market that's saturated? Am I in the wrong market? Then you can look at that, you know, because with 50 euros AOV and 2% conversion rate at least, you should get a decent ROAS already. All right, so keep that in mind, make a screenshot of that, hang it over your bed or something, you know, because like that's one of the typical rookie mistakes I always see. Like they are all over the place with the metrics, you know, they check everything but nothing at the same time because it's a lot of things you can check, right? So it gets complicated, but that's, if you really break it down in a simple way, that's it. That's super simple. And then you can focus, okay, then you can focus on how can I increase AOV? How can I increase conversion rate? And then you know, that then you have a clear action plan and it's not guesswork anymore. So keep that in mind. I want to show you a couple of things more. First of all, where you can check that in Shopify. I think that's pretty clear for most of you guys. Go to Shopify, go to analytics, and there you see average order value really nicely. There you see the conversion rate breakdown. And I also like to check, like, okay, when I have 300 sessions, what's the bounce off rate? You know, like how many add to carts do I have? How many checkouts do I have? And how many people actually buy? I don't want to get too much into that now. Like what's a typical bounce off rate? You can check that, you can research that online. That would be a bit too much for that video. But it's also interesting to see, you know, because when you get a lot of add to carts, but not that many purchases, that's also a sign for you to optimize the checkout process, you know, or like, why do I get so many add to carts but they don't buy? That's something worth looking into. That's one of my favorite things to look at in Shopify. To be honest, it's not 100% accurate all the time. Like the data is super messed up here sometimes. But in principle, I like to look at that. I like to see, okay, how many add to carts do I have? Do you get checkouts? Why do I don't get purchases? And usually that's in tune anyway. And if you have a proper store, that makes sense anyway. But it's always nice to check it out and see if you can improve anything here. The other thing, of course, the average order value. Can you improve that? Is it at least above 50 euros, what we said? You don't see any data here now, obviously, because we are not really live with the ads yet. So that's the new store. And yeah, that's it. Like those three: CPC, cost of traffic, AOV, and conversion rate, and you are set. But I also want to show you in Google Ads some things what you can look at. Also super simple. Of course, we have the CPC there and some other metrics, you know, because there's so much you can actually look at and it gets confusing with time. And then people always ask me again, like, why do I have a different conversion rate here than in Shopify? Again, super important. Don't forget that, because you never track 100% of the data in the Google Ads account. The same with the ROAS, the same with the conversion value and things like that. So keep that in mind. But yeah, if you check the ads, then keep some things in mind. So first of all, you will always have a conversion lag in the Google Ads account to a certain degree. So never look at today's data in the Google Ads account. If I check the ads, for example, I want to see how it's performing, I would set it to something like that, for example. I would not include today. And even yesterday, I would probably not have all the data in the account yet, because you have to, it depends on the account, but you have to consider a certain conversion lag. All right, but what do we look at in the account? Obviously, also super simple for you guys. Keep it simple. First of all, like, what do we spend? What purchases do we get? What's the CPC on a longer time frame? You know, I don't look at the daily CPC. That doesn't make any sense. And again, you cannot really control it. You have to pay the market price. Sales, cost, and then conversion value divided by cost is the ROAS. I like to use a custom metric for that, which I made for the agency, so you don't have that in your account, but you can do that as well. For the actual revenue, I like to use conversion value per time, and here's the definition. Please check it out. Conversion value by conversion time shows your conversion value based on the day each conversion occurred. Note that the standard conversion value column data is based on the time clicks occurred. So the attribution is different here, and it's a bit messy sometimes. And that's why the conversion value by conversion time data is a bit more accurate, because it actually shows you the conversion value based on the day each conversion occurred. All right. because that's why the data is so different sometimes in Shopify, in Analytics, in the Google Ads, because of the attribution and everything. But that column is a bit more accurate and also takes the conversion like a bit out of the equation, because like it actually tracks the conversion based on the day each conversion occurred, right? And based on that, I created this ROAS per time metric, which is basically the same like here, conversion value divided by cost, but with the conversion value by time column with that metric. So the ROAS is also a bit more accurate in that case. And you can do that yourself. You just go to columns, custom, or modify columns, and then you can create your custom columns here like I did. And there you can see it. Basically conversion value by conversion time divided by cost, and then you get the ROAS per time. And then you see also better data in the ad account, you know? But in the end, again, if you want to see the real data, you have to go to the Shopify backend, and then you will see, okay, how much revenue did I actually generate today, you know? But yeah, for me as a media buyer, of course, I spent a lot of time in the ad account as well. And that's basically it. Also super simple. We look at the purchases, we look at what we spend, we look at the ROAS, and that's the main thing for you, right? We will not go into things like interaction rate, click-through rate even, impressions, clicks, forget all of that. Like the main thing for you is what I just showed you today. So again, even in the ad account, you see, we focus on the simple things. We focus on purchases, we focus on the CPC on a longer time frame, but again, you cannot really control it. You pay the market price here. We see how much we spend. We focus on the ROAS per time metric in the end, and that's it. Super simple. We don't look at interaction rate. We don't look at impressions, clicks in the end, click-through rate even. Doesn't matter that much. Focus on the simple things. Keep the 3 key metrics in mind that I told you for your store overall: CPC, AOV, and conversion rate, and that's it. You focus on that, you focus on what you can control, you focus on the main things, and then you will scale and grow your store eventually. It's just a matter of time, step by step, daily improvements, and that's it. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye bye. Alright, so this might be the topic I get the most questions about regarding Google Ads. That is target ROAS for sure. I get questions almost on a daily basis regarding target ROAS. When do you set the target ROAS? How do you use it properly? To which percentage I should set the target ROAS? 270, 280? Target ROAS is probably something like people have the most questions about. And a couple of questions. And it makes sense because it's very interesting, right? It's a very interesting aspect of Google Ads, target ROAS. Why? Because it sounds too good to be true for a beginner, right? What do you mean I can set a target ROAS? So if I set the target ROAS of 300%, does that mean when I invest €1, I get free out? Yes, that's basically what it means. The target ROAS of 300% is, okay, if you invest €1 in ads, you will get €3 out, right? Return on ad spend. And TROAS means target return on ad spend. But that's what it is. It's just a target. That doesn't mean you will actually get 300% ROAS, especially not in the beginning. And that's important to understand. And that's why I really look forward to make this video today, because I do get a lot of questions about it. A lot of people use target ROAS the wrong way, and it actually hurts their campaign performance. Alright, so let's dive into it. The first and most important principle you have to understand about target ROAS: you do not set it in the beginning. And we talked about that before in some of the previous videos of that course. And you do not set the target ROAS in the beginning. Why? In the beginning, it's all about patience and gathering data. That's the most important thing. You just want to gather data. You don't touch anything. And when you gather data, you don't set a target ROAS yet. Why? Because you do not get a lot of conversions yet. You do not get a lot of data yet. And if you set the target ROAS, 2 things will happen. First of all, you don't even have enough data yet. How should the algorithm know how to get to the target ROAS? And that's the thing. It can only give you a target ROAS reliably if you have a lot of data in the account already. Because then the algorithm knows, okay, there I can get that ROAS, right? There it's possible. There it's achievable. But if you don't have the data in the account yet, how should the algorithm know how to get to the target ROAS, right? It's impossible. And what will happen, therefore, it will try to get it, but it's not really possible because it doesn't have the data yet. You're still super early in the learning phase. You don't have a lot of conversion data. So what will happen? Your spend will start to decrease and you will basically throttle the campaign. It cannot spend anymore. It will not give you good results. On some days, you will just spend a couple of cents clicks because it cannot work with target ROAS. So do not, never set a target ROAS in the beginning. And that leads me to the second point. How many conversions do you actually need to set the target ROAS properly and to use it properly? And it's also something a lot of people, even media buyers, even experienced media buyers, get wrong a lot. Because the thing is, I think Google recommends to have at least 30 or now 50 conversions in the last 30 days, depending on the campaign type as well. At least 30 to 50 conversions to set the target ROAS, right? Which, let's say 30 to 50 purchases in the last 30 days, right? Which is achievable, you know, that's not that much. But it's also like you see, okay, it doesn't make sense to use it in the beginning then, right? You do need a couple of purchases already. But the thing is, and that's why that is so misleading and why a lot of people use target ROAS completely the wrong way. That's not even close enough in conversion data. Like that's not enough at all. You need way more conversions. And I can show you why. I can explain to you why in detail. Let me show you. So we are in the ad account now. Cazzate Mode, our favorite example that we used for that course. And okay, let's imagine now let's pick the whole month basically. Oh yeah, okay, we just created the ad account, but let's say that's the whole month, right? We get a couple of conversions every month. And you just look at it, 30 to 50 conversions. Nice, not that bad. You have a couple of conversions. But what a lot of people don't take into account, and Google also doesn't take into account with their recommendation, which is super important as well. How many products do you have on the store? When you have 50 conversions, like how many products are actually delivering the conversions? Do you have one product, one hero that sells really well and gets all the conversions? Or do you have different products and the conversions are split up on different products, different variants, sizes, colors, whatever? That is a huge factor. And a lot of people get it completely wrong because they just look at conversion data on an account level or even campaign level, but they don't take into account how many conversions do I actually have per product. And that is immensely important because you also have a learning phase per product in the end. And I always discuss that with clients as well because that's super important to understand, right? Because they ask, yo, Chris, campaigns are live for I don't know how many days. We do have a couple of conversions. When can we properly scale, or when can I leave the learning phase? And what a lot of people don't consider is you do have a learning phase per product. For example, let's take our shoe store here. And yes, GMC is currently down. We're working on that so we can actually launch the ads. And we do not have a lot of product variants here, right? 638 is not a lot. You see way more with fashion usually. I have some stores that have 5, 10, 15,000, you know, even higher. Doesn't matter. But when you have that many product variants, or even with 600, and you think about 30 to 50 conversions, okay, let's say I have 2 conversions here, 1 conversion here, 1 there, half a conversion here maybe. But let's not confuse you guys now with half a conversion. That would be a bit tricky. 1 conversion here, 1 conversion here. Oh, I have 3 here, great. 1 here, and for 1 month, right? You do have a bit of conversion data in the account yet, but if you actually look at it on a product level, how many conversions do I have per product? It's not a lot of data, and I even see that with some bigger dropshipping accounts. They might generate 1-2K a day already, but they have so many products and the conversions come from everywhere basically. They never properly get out of the learning phase. They therefore never achieve a really nice level of consistency. And that's why it's also tricky with the target ROAS a little bit. Because yes, even if you have the conversion data here on account level, how many conversions do you have for each and every product, right? Because usually it looks like that. 1 conversion here, 1 conversion here. So it's spread thinly over a couple of products instead of this huge amount of data for one specific product, right? And that's the difference. Because if I have 50 conversions for 1 product, yes, that's reliable data already. Or you could even argue about that, but that's way better already. Then you can set the target ROAS. So the actual amount of data you need to use target ROAS properly is quite a lot. Again, I cannot give you a fixed number here because as you could see, it depends on a lot of different factors, on how many products you have. But just be aware, you do need a lot of data for that, okay? All right, perfect. The real question is then, when do we use target ROAS? Let's pick that color again. When do we use target ROAS then? First of all, agenda point number 1 and agenda point number 2 has to be given, right? I have to be out of the learning phase and I need to have a lot of conversion data. Otherwise, you can set the target ROAS, it will never work properly, and worst case that will happen, right? You will throttle the campaign, it will not spend properly anymore, it will not give you the volume, and it's also like a downward spiral in the end. If you throttle the campaign like that, you will spend less, performance will suffer, and the campaign just starts to behave weirdly. So be careful with the target ROAS. Never push it too much. When it's going well, even if you have a lot of data, there is no point in pushing it too much, you know? All right, but how do we use it then? The way I like to use a target ROAS, especially once I have gathered some data, let's say we are out of the learning phase and we are starting to scale slowly, right? So the trend is going up like here. And what usually happens, like once you reach a certain traction point, you can really scale quickly. It goes up like that, almost a bit exponentially. It starts slowly and then it goes up really quickly. And first of all, what you need to understand, when you are happy with the development, when you're happy with the growth, ROAS is really nice as well, right? You make a lot of money, a lot of profits. Why should I set the target ROAS now when everything is going as planned? Doesn't really make sense, right? Just go with the flow. A lot of people overthink. They always want to change something because they interpret activity as improvement. They want to do something so they feel good about themselves, right? Whatever it is, then they change too much. So if everything is going well, I just leave it. You don't set a target ROAS. But when I experience growth like that, and I do scale budget aggressively, what I also see with the ROAS sometimes, even for the revenue growth, ROAS might be a bit inconsistent. It looks like that, the curve. Revenue, we scale up pretty smoothly, but ROAS is kind of wild. Sometimes it's great on days like that. Nice ROAS, great profits. Then we have days like that where it's kind of break even. Potentially we even make a loss because we scale aggressively, right? What I like to do there is I set a minimum target ROAS, or a target ROAS I would like to have on average, because it gives the campaign more stability while scaling. And again, I have to be out of the learning phase. I do need a lot of conversion data already. And then I set a minimum target ROAS, which I'm happy with. Let's say overall we want to see a ROAS of 300%, right? In the store. Let's say, whenever I invest €1, I want to see 3 getting out. And then I have good profits. And what I do then in the campaign, and also consider important to remember that you don't see all of the data in the ad account. So be aware of that. When you want to have an overall store ROAS of 300%, be aware that you don't see all of the data in the ad account. So you shouldn't set that as a target ROAS when the actual ROAS is way higher, right? Because again, even if you have great tracking, you will never track 100%. Anyway, let's say the ROAS I'm aiming for in the ad account, it should be like 280%, you know? Let's say 280%. What I will do now while scaling, first of all, I don't want to push it too hard yet, so I will not set it to 280% because I want to give it some freedom. But let's say I will set it to for example, 250, and that's like a good average ROAS for me still. I make still profits with that. It's not the ideal ROAS I have in mind, but I'm scaling, you know, so I give the campaign some freedom, and that's really important. Give it some freedom, don't push it too hard with the ROAS, as I said before. So we set it to 250%, and what will happen then, I will have more stability with the ROAS. So we'll look like that, similar to the revenue curve, not crazy ups and downs. I will have more stability. And the nice thing is, even for set it lower, if everything is going well and I'm scaling and I have great winning products, the actual ROAS might be even higher than the target ROAS you have set, you know? And it's just the way of the game in the end. If it's not higher, if it's lower and you cannot really achieve your target ROAS anymore, then you might have pushed it too hard with the budget. Then you have to scale back. Then you have to find your ideal level for now. Give it some time as well. Don't make stupid short-term changes. If you have one bad day, it's just one day. Like, you do not make changes based on one day. All right. You never want to make emotional changes. You never want to act out of emotion. So be aware of that. All right. One further way I like to use target ROAS is, let's say you have a store or an account that is not going that well. You don't have a lot of volume yet, or let's say decent volume. You like that is still applicable, right? You're out of the learning phase, you have a lot of conversion data, but let's say the store is running for quite some time and you know you have good revenue, but it's not really growing, and ROAS is also quite inconsistent or barely profitable, right? Let's say you have a ROAS of 190 in the account. And let's say, yeah, you still make profits with that, but it's not really, you want to push it a bit higher. And what I try to do here sometimes, and that works really well with target ROAS as well. Let's say I don't have one set in the account yet. What I try now is to push it slightly higher with a target ROAS strategically. So let's say on average we have that 190 ROAS, you know, like it just like goes up and down a bit. Revenue doesn't really move anywhere. What I try to do now is I set the target ROAS a bit higher. Not too much, because when you set it too high, when you cannot really get there, when that's your ROAS right now and you set it too high, like, oh, let's push it to 300%, you know, then the same as here will happen. So we will like throttle it again. Then your store that is already doing consistent, decent numbers, you know, will just like go to zero, like basically no spend at all, and performance will go down. It's a downward spiral, as I said before. So that's why you never want to push it too hard. But what you can try to aim a bit higher. And what happens sometimes then, you give the algorithm a signal, okay, I want to have a slightly higher ROAS. And as you already have a lot of data in the account, that's doable, right? And suddenly target ROAS increases and you get to that level. Perfect. You also want to observe, like, how does the revenue develop? Do revenue numbers change? Does it go down significantly because I try to push the ROAS more? Or does it stay more or less on the level? Because generally speaking, if you try to get a higher ROAS, a conversion volume will go down, right? You're pushing the limits, you're pushing for more profit. And vice versa also, if you don't have a target ROAS set, or you have a lower target ROAS, that's why we also set the lower target ROAS here, then you give the campaign more freedom and it can scale for higher conversion volume, yes. Yeah, use it wisely, be very strategic about it, set it a bit higher, check how the revenue numbers develop, and then after a while, and give it some time, wait 1-2 weeks, see if you can get there, then you set it higher again a bit. You try, okay, can we get to 200%? Yes? No? How do conversion numbers change? How do they develop? And that's how it works. And yeah, basically once you reached your desired level, whatever it is, you just leave it like that and you just run smoothly, right? And you only adjust it when things change significantly, when you scale up significantly again, or if you see, okay, conversion numbers drop for some reasons, maybe your products are not selling that well anymore, for whatever reason, like it could be many things, then you have to adjust, obviously, right? Because if you cannot get your target ROAS anymore, again, for whatever reason, you have to adjust. And that's why you have to be careful with the target ROAS, because one thing that you want to avoid at all costs, almost or always, you will never want to get in that situation where you actually like throttle the campaigns, because it really is a vicious downward spiral. It hurts performance, it hurts the volume, and then you know what people usually do then, or what happens, you remove the target ROAS completely to give it some freedom again, but then it spends very widely, you need some time to readjust again. And that's also not the deal. Be careful with the target ROAS a little bit. Usually I always set it a bit lower, give it enough freedom, see, okay, get it a bit higher. That's a good sign. It's the sign of a healthy growing account. Then we scale properly, and then I might push it a little bit more, but I don't tweak it to the maximum. It's not needed, you know. All right, and that's it about target ROAS. You see there's quite some stuff to consider here. A lot of things to consider: conversion volume, learning phase, whatever. But don't overthink it too much. It's just one tool that helps you to achieve your desired outcome, but it's not like a lot of people glorify it too much. You think, oh, target ROAS, I can set it to whatever I want, and then I will get it out of the account, right? No, it doesn't work like that. So it's not a magic tool. You still need to have a great store. You still need to have great products. And only with that and a lot of data, you can actually use target ROAS properly. And that's it. All right, time for a proper outro, I guess. But actually not, because I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. How to scale campaigns properly and the right way. And to be honest, we discussed it a couple of times in the previous videos already, because it's so important, right? You have to understand how to do it properly. But I still want to touch base on it real quick and basically repeat everything in that video again and properly list it up step by step. The first and most important thing that we discussed already is basically we start with a low budget, right? And by the way, the things that we discuss in that video, that is applicable for all ad platforms. It doesn't matter if you advertise Google ads, Facebook ads, basically everything, or at least most of it, will be applicable for all the platforms, because the scaling principles are always the same. So we discussed, we start with a low budget with at Google, give it some time, to adjust so the metrics will stabilize and everything, because in the beginning it's a bit wild. You want to gather some data first. Once we have that and we get some first purchases in, we have a nice ROAS, everything is trending up, we want to scale the budgets, right? Once we are break even, basically, we want to scale the budgets. What you have to consider when scaling budgets is usually we move in 10 to 20% steps, so you don't scale up too aggressively. But in the beginning, when you are at 50 euros, you can be a bit bolder. For example, sometimes when we see some traction and everything is moving in the right direction, we just increase it to 80, for example, which is more than 50% in that case, right? If you go percentage-wise. But in relative numbers, it's not that much. We're still super early on. We benefit a lot from the higher budget, so we just go for it, right? Later on, once you're at 1K budget a day, for example, you definitely don't want to move to 1.5K. That's a big difference. It also messes with the algorithm a little bit. So what we would do here, so let's scratch that. That's wrong, 1.5K, let's make it red, so nope. That's not it. Back to green. What you can do is 1.1K, for example. That's 10% already, or even smaller, like step by step, give it some time. That's how you scale properly. And another important scaling principle, especially in the beginning. Yes, we said 10 to 20%. Yes, we said in the beginning you can move a bit more aggressively. But one thing you should always consider is you have to be comfortable with the budget, even when you have some bad days, because we don't want you to get emotional about it. Because when you get emotional, you make stupid decisions. When you get emotional, you will make stupid decisions. You will panic, you will start to make rapid changes, and then you will scale up and down rapidly again because you're emotional about the money. You will have a day where, the ROAS is not great, you make some losses, and then you get emotional. And you don't want it. You don't want it in any area of life, right? You don't want to make emotional decisions. You want to make rational decisions based on logic. No emotional decisions in every area of life. Doesn't matter if it's work, business, relationships, your health. It has to be based on logic. But it's easy to say, right? When you have a couple of losses, it's not going great. Of course, you're getting emotional. That's why you always have to choose a budget where you're comfortable with it. Let's say you're at 50 euros, you could potentially go from 50 to 200 euros. If you want to speed it up and the metrics are looking nice and you want to gain some proper traction, you could do that. But if that scares you, if that's a lot of money for you in the beginning, don't do it. Do smaller steps, step by step. As long as you're comfortable with it and you're growing and scaling, that's the way to go. That's very important. That's why I added it here as a third point. You have to be comfortable with the budget you have right now. If it's scaring you, if it's too much, even if it's going well, then it's the wrong budget for you. Another point when we make budget changes, it's the same color now, pick something else. Always give it some time. And we discussed it in previous videos as well, and it goes hand in hand with what we had here about emotional decisions. Always give it some time. When you increase the budget and you're at that new level, maybe, the first few days will not be that great because you're scaling now. It takes some time for the algorithm to adjust. But when you see that and you think, oh, it's not going great, I made a mistake, and you immediately scale back, that's an emotional decision based on data, and it just goes like up, down, and you're just pressing random buttons at this point, not really rational anymore. So what you always want to do, it doesn't matter if you increase or decrease budgets, but when you scale, let's say you scale up, you give it some time, at least 3 to 4 days to adjust and see. And then you evaluate, okay, how is it going? Like, is revenue growing? Did the ROAS drop a lot because we scaled? Then when it looks really, really sweet, you can scale up again, 10 to 20%, nothing crazy. Then the same thing, you evaluate again. And you can even do it longer. You can do 5 to 7 days, even better. You give it even more time and then you evaluate. How is it looking? Like, is revenue growing because we scaled? Is it growing in direct relation to how much we scaled? How does the ROAS look? Are we plateauing or something? We want to evaluate the situation. Also, is everything looking great on the back end? Are you able to handle the higher revenue and everything? Cash flow wise, are you able to maintain the higher ad spend? All of these things need to be considered. That's important. Give it some time, then can scale again. How is it looking? Oh, now ROAS dropped quite a bit. So maybe stay at that level for a little bit longer, see how it's going, give it some time to adjust. If it was too much, go back here and stick to that. Stick to that, improve things, improve the store, find new winning products, tweak the landing pages a little bit, then you can scale up again. So it's a constant process, 3 to 4 days minimum. Give it time, look for confirmations, ideally at least 1 week. You can be a bit more aggressive in the beginning. But later on, you don't want to change too much too rapidly. If it's not working, you can decrease and then you stay at that level until you're ready to scale and grow again. Alright, so we discussed that. You don't want to scale too quickly. You want to be very strategic about it. And the fifth point is, as I said already, can you even handle the higher level? And it's not even about emotions this time, it's about cash flow. Can you handle the cash flow? Until Shopify pays out your profits again, can you actually maintain that higher level without running into any issues? Is your backend ready for that level of scale, your payment processing, like everything? Can you actually do that? So you actually want to go through your numbers, track profits every day, see how it goes, and only if you're ready, you scale up again. It's better to stay at a level like that for longer, get some good profits in, prepare properly, and then you scale up again. Don't rush things, don't scale too quickly. Are you ready? Do you have the cash flow? Track your profits properly, see if it's actually paying off, give it some time, make data-driven decisions. That's it basically. So super simple, start small, go step by step, be consistent, be data-driven, don't be emotional about the money. If you're emotional about the money, it's too much, you can't handle it yet. Track profits, keep an eye on your cash flow, and you're ready to go. Happy scaling. Another super important video here, and it goes hand in hand with what we discussed previously, the scaling. Because when you scale, you also want to make sure you use your budget efficiently, right? And that's what I will show you today in this video, how to use your budget efficiently, making sure it goes to the right products and exclude the low performers. So that's what we will do today. We will exclude the low performers and I will show you exactly how to do it. It's super simple, quick and easy. So let's dive into it. Before we do that though, one thing first. This becomes only valid once you start scaling. In the beginning, you don't want to make a lot of changes. Once you start to scale, once you increase your budget, then we want to optimize things, right? So we are scaling, we are increasing budgets, we're getting more purchases and conversions, and then we head over to products. And what we want to do here is sort by costs, highest costs first. And yeah, in our example store, there's nothing happening yet. The GMC is still down, so we're not running ads. But let's just imagine like we would have costs here, right? Like 200, 100, whatever. Sort by highest cost first. And before we do anything, you have to understand, we don't want to exclude products too early. You don't want to exclude products when they got like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years to spend, because that's basically nothing, especially in the beginning phases, in the learning phase. That's why we do not interfere at the beginning. And that's why it only becomes valid once we started to scale. And as a general rule, you want to see at least over 50 euros in spend, 0 conversions, before you even consider removing it. Everything else would be just, again, an emotional decision. If you remove a product after 20 euros of spend, that's not a data-driven approach. That's nothing, right? But if we have over 50 euros of spend and no conversion, you can definitely exclude it and be more aggressive here. But again, not in the beginning phases. Give it some time. But alright, we are scaling, we have a lot of spend, we sort by cost, and then we want to look at those 3 metrics, right? Cost, conversions, and conversion value. Conversion value especially, conversion value divided by cost especially, because that's the ROAS. That's basically the ROAS metric. And again, look at the longer time frame. And let's say we have a product here that got 150 euros in spend, 0 conversions, right? We definitely want to exclude that, making sure our spend goes to the right products. So what we do then, super easy, and I will show it to you now, and then I will remove the changes again, or I will show you how to work with that properly. So you copy the Shopify ID, make sure you copy properly, Then you go to campaigns, we go to our asset group of the PMAX, and then we click on listing groups here. And there you see all products because we target all products, right? We got one impression before it got. Then you click on the plus symbol here. You go to item ID and there we have all the products, right? And you just look for your product. There it is. So there's literally nothing you can do wrong here. Then you pick it. If there are more products you want to exclude, obviously like look for more of them, pick all of them, save. And what we see now, and it's super straightforward. Green means enabled, that icon means it's disabled. Now we are targeting only that product and everything else is disabled. But we want to do exactly the opposite, right? We want to disable that product, there include, exclude. It's pretty straightforward. We exclude that and include that product and include everything else. We can also like do it like that. Now we target everything else again, right? So super simple. We leave it like that now because we don't want to exclude anything so far. But if you want to exclude it, you just do it like that and you include everything else. And now we excluded successfully our low performer, right? Super simple. And that's it. That's a super simple trick how you can optimize properly, making sure your budget goes to the right products. And that's it. Honestly, with that alone, in the initial phases when you want to gather some data first, you can get at least to 1-2K days. Just with that alone, optimize it properly, making sure you have winning products, a winning offer. That alone will get you very far already. But of course, if you can stack other optimizations on top, even better, right? All right, hope that helped. See you in the next video. I think the following section and the following videos will be one of the most valuable and insightful ones, because what we tackle now are typical rookie/beginner mistakes and how to avoid them. I see those with 95% of beginner dropshippers and beginner advertisers. So I think it's crucial to go through that list, quick short videos, and just remind you to be aware of those things. Could be mindset things, could be typical mistakes that people do in the ad account, things like that, and we go through them really quickly right now. So yeah, let's do it. Let's start with the first one. And that's honestly, obviously a very obvious one and very self-evident, but cut the get rich quick mentality. That will not get you far in life. It takes time. And even with dropshipping, it's such a scalable business model. It's insane. We saw some students as well go from 0 to 500K within not even 3 months, and they scaled up very, very quickly. But even there, it took some time. It takes a lot of work and effort. Don't think it's just like setting up a store and then you get rich within no time. No, they actually put in a lot of effort, research, found the right products, winning products, scaled the store, went through the learning phase where everything was super slow at first and it takes some time to gather the data. It is like that with every business model, you know, like whatever you do, whatever you're interested in, if you want to do real estate, dropshipping, ecom, trading, like what do I know? Like, there's so many options, and whatever you do, it takes time and effort. You have to build up knowledge first. You have to get experience. You have to do certain mistakes, even for like, I want to show you now how to avoid mistakes. But in the end, you also have to make mistakes in order to learn and to grow. Yes, you can get crazy results in such a short period of time, but still understand it's not a get rich quick thing. You have to have the right mentality. You have to be willing to put in the work, to do the research, to work on the business every day and improve step by step in the end. You have to improve this, you have to improve that. And only that way you will actually see that scale. Only that way you will scale and grow and get to a level like that eventually, you know? Yeah, just to remind you of that, I think all of you guys are well experienced and know this is a proper business. You cannot treat it like a game. But I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Go through the typical rookie mistakes, because I still see it with a lot of guys. I see it sometimes with clients or leads that want to work with the agency and they have this mentality, all right, here's my store, Chris, take it, make me rich, just run the ads and scale. But it's not how it works, because even with ads, that's actually one of the typical rookie mistakes that we'll discuss later, but I just want to briefly touch base on it. Even with ads, they're just the tip of the iceberg, right? There's like so much more that needs to be done well. Yeah, nice pyramid. There's so much more that needs to be done well And the ads are just that little part here, right? A very important part. Don't get me wrong here. Without ads, without the proper ad strategy, you will never get to that, right? But also you need all of that in order for that critical part to work that well. So yeah, that's it. Understand, it takes time, it takes effort. It's not easy sometimes. It is simple, it is super scalable, but you have to put in the work, and I'm sure you will do it. And I'm looking forward to see everybody crushing it in this community. That said, let's move on to the next video. Alright, we will keep that short because we discussed that like 1,000 times in that course already. But as it's so important, let me remind you of that again. Good tracking is super important. If you don't track properly, or you just track like 20 to 30% or something like that, it will not lead to great results because you're not providing the algorithm with proper data, and it cannot learn, and it will never get properly out of the learning phase, and things will just like trickle like that, or like you will grow very slowly, and it takes months, years potentially. Not really years, but you get the picture. So just to remind you of that, make sure tracking is great. That's why we use Trackbee. It's a great tracking software, but also check the actual tracking quality in the ad account. How much conversions do you track over a longer period of time? You want to see a tracking quality of at least 80 to 90%. If not, we have to see what's going on. Is something not set up properly? Do we have a consent banner or like a cookie banner that's blocking things? So you want to check that out. In the end, you just want to make sure you provide a lot of data to the algorithm so it can learn quickly and you can scale and grow effectively. That's it. We discussed it multiple times, so let's keep it short here. Yeah, back to our series typical rookie mistakes. In this video we'll discuss one of the most common beginner mistakes, which is making too many changes in a short period of time and the lack of patience. And I think at this point during the course it became very clear, and I mentioned it a couple of times, that we value patience and consistency because that will make you succeed in the long run. And obviously the lack of patience will hurt you. That sounds obvious, right? That makes sense. But what a lot of people don't get, making too many changes, being too active in the ad account, for example, but also like changing too many things on the side without properly observing, giving it time to learn, that will hurt you as well. Because people oftentimes mistake doing a lot for improvement. And it makes sense because in a lot of areas of life, doing more means more. For example, if you have a job and you work more hours, you get a higher salary, right? And it's true, you do get a higher salary if you work more hours and you get paid hourly, for example. But even there, a way smarter approach would be, how can I provide more value to my boss, right? Or when you own your own business, how can I provide more value to my clients instead of working more? Get a higher retainer, for example. So yeah, working smart is bigger than working hard, right? And that's so true. You know what, I will go back to, that's much cleaner. Yeah, for sure. Unlike the other pencil. But anyway, working smart, way more important than working hard. One of these typical quotes, you know, like you see it all over the internet. We heard it 1,000 times, but it's also true in Ecom. It's also true for dropshipping. And it's especially true for Google Ads, and especially in the beginning, because again, you do need a lot of data. You have to be patient in the learning phase before it can properly take off. Making a lot of changes always triggers a mini relearning phase in the algorithm, even if you like increase the budget a little bit. That means, okay, the algorithm has to adjust to a different scenario. And if you decrease budgets all the time, that's not healthy. That's not great. And if you make rapid changes and you change a lot, that's even worse. And you do see it sometimes in the ad account, and it even shows you campaign learning again. So you see it under the status column, right? So again, just to repeat it one more time, be patient, don't make too many changes, make smart changes, observe them, give it time, look at the data, is it working, is it not working, and based on that, we make even more smart decisions. And then again, and then again. So we have smart, 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 triple smart. But you get the picture. Don't make emotional changes, be very rational about it, look at the data, give it some time to adjust. It doesn't matter if we talk about the ads, doesn't matter if we talk about backend optimizations, doesn't matter if we talk about optimizing the landing page. Make smart decisions, look at it properly, give it some time to learn, observe the data, and then make changes again. Don't rush things, don't change too much, too quickly. That's the way to go, 100%, especially when we talk about Google Ads. But it's also true in other areas. Too much segmentation in the beginning. That's the next rookie mistake we talk about in that video, and it goes hand in hand with the previous video. The previous video was too many changes and lack of patience. This is pretty much the same. Why? Because a lot of people feel very uncomfortable with the fact that you should have a simple campaign structure, give it time to learn, optimize it, and then you will succeed. Because again, they mistake activity for improvement and they think that's better. And what you do in the beginning is like they segment their campaigns way too much, or they launch 1,000 different campaigns at the same time. 1,000 is a bit of an exaggeration here, but you get the picture, right? Because how does a great campaign structure look in the beginning? We discussed that and I will show you again. You have one PMAX, right? It's right here, PMAX. You have one asset group with all your products and all your budget goes there. All your budget goes there. You wanna gather as much data as possible, you know, keep it super simple. The structure is super simple per se, right? It's one campaign, all products, the budget, and you just want to gather some data in the beginning. And then later on, yes, and we do that with the agency as well. Once we're at a higher level, we split it up based on performance, or you can split it up based on a couple of different criteria, you know, it depends. But then you can do that later on, and then it makes a lot of sense. But what a lot of beginners do, especially in the beginning, because they think, oh yeah, I have one campaign here and I will split it up in different product types. Then I have this campaign here, which includes the best sellers. Then I have a campaign for men only. Then obviously we need a campaign for women. Then let's A/B test something in that campaign. Blah, let's optimize something in the feed here. So optimized feed campaign. I have seen all of that, trust me. Like I'm not even exaggerating here. And suddenly you have like 4 or 5 campaigns in the account. And the funny thing is, the budget still the same. They still have like 50 euros in spend. But now that little budget goes here, 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 like everywhere. And there, you know, perfect example. We also have a budget of 50 euros, right? But everything goes here in that one campaign, in that one asset group. And we can learn properly. There it goes everywhere, and you spread it thinly across all of these campaigns, a little bit here, and you will realize quickly, you should realize now already, what that means is like the whole learning phase would take much longer. It probably still works, you know, maybe it's not a bad idea to A/B test something here. I don't say it's a bad thing. I don't say it's a bad thing to test that. Maybe the women campaign works way better than the men campaign. But if you do that in the beginning with such a little budget, the whole learning phase will look like that. You will never really move anywhere. And maybe after 2 months, you're a little bit ahead compared to your starting point. But if you do it like that, it will look similar in the beginning. You just have to get through the learning phase, but then it will take off. Then you will get some traction. And then you are there. This guy is here. You are smart. You're not stupid. You are here because you do it properly. You're patient. You gather some data. And then later on, you split it up. Once you have bigger budget, now you spend Now let's increase the number. Now you spend 2,000 a day. So you have much more resources to test properly and test it quickly, which you don't have in the beginning. That's why too much segmentation too early on is one of the biggest mistakes I see all the time. That's why stick to that, be patient and do it properly. Typical beginner mistake, budget way too low. We said we want to start with a minimum budget of at least 50 euros, right? Which is already a low budget, but we want to start small and build up from there, right? But a lot of people, especially when they don't have a lot of resources yet, right? And it's totally understandable. They want to start with a very small budget, like 10 euros a day, and just test a little bit. They don't want to invest a lot of money because 50 euros for 30 days, it's quite a bit, especially when the return is not quite there yet. So obviously people think about that. So they think, yeah, let's start with a smaller budget, something that I'm totally comfortable with. Super easy, 10 euros a day. To be honest, I did that mistake myself when I was very young and I was getting started with ads and I was just testing a little bit myself. Back in the days, you know, it was 2018 or something. And it was the first time I was running Facebook ads and I set the budget to 10 or 20 euros a day. I don't even remember properly. And it's totally natural, you know, especially when you're not rich, you don't have a lot of money. You just want to test it a little bit, see how it goes. The thing is, that doesn't really work with ads. You have to commit to a certain level. You have to have a minimum budget. Even 50 euros, it's not that much. It's almost too little. That's almost the minimum. Because the thing is, with a budget like that, 10 to 20 euros, you will never really get out of the learning phase. It will take you ages. You will just get some clicks here and there, then one purchase. And yeah, maybe honestly, after 6-7 months, maybe you get some traction even with that little budget. But that takes a lot of time, and you have other costs as well. You pay for Shopify subscriptions, you pay for this, you pay for that. So in the end, you will lose more money that way than committing to a bigger budget like that. Properly test it, properly try it. And honestly, if it doesn't work, but at least you did it properly. But that's what you have to do in order to be able to run ads. With that, it's almost impossible. Almost impossible. I don't say it's not working at all if you have a great offer. Dude, honestly, maybe it even works with 20 euros a day. But it's way more difficult because the learning phase is so much longer. You need to get a certain level of volume. You need to get a little bit of traction to properly shoot out of the learning phase like that. Because then you get some clicks and then you're moving and then zack, 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 zack. But for that, you need a bit of money, you need a bit of budget. And then it's also way more fun and you test quicker. Because like again, that way it just takes a lot of time. But yeah, we discussed it before. I think now it's totally clear just for you to understand this Google Ads principles a little bit better. And by the way, it's the same for Facebook as well, for every ad platform. You need to have a little bit of money to run ads. So in this video, we will discuss another very popular beginner mistake, which is underestimating the amount of data you need for proper optimization. And we had it a couple of times in this course already, so let's just repeat it real quick. Trust me, you do need a lot of data. That's why patience and consistency is so important in the beginning. And also when we discussed the target ROAS topic, right? Even there, it was clear you need a lot of data. I wanted to pick another color. Doesn't really matter, but you need a lot of data. You have to understand that. We had it a couple of times in this course and you do understand it at this point, but still, a lot of people underestimate that. It doesn't matter if we're talking about splitting up campaigns or getting out of the initial learning phase or setting a target ROAS, whatever you want to do in the account, like, or even just analyzing the existing data, right? When you analyze the existing data, you also need a lot of data for that. Because if you only analyze a couple of clicks and you're like, oh Chris, look at the ROAS I'm achieving. And I'm like, let's look at your account, right? And I see 7 purchases in total. Great for you that it's working well so far, you know, but that's not a lot of data. So if you base your observations on 7 purchases in, I don't know, 30 days or whatever, you're just getting started, it's alright. But you have to be aware, okay, that's not a lot of data yet, so I shouldn't get too excited. Or even when it's the opposite, right? Let's say it's not working that well and you overthink things. Let's say like your conversion rate is super low, it's just like 0.5%. And you're like, oh Chris, my conversion rate is not quite there, what should I do? Then I'm checking and then I see, dude, you're running ads for like 3 days and you got 20 clicks. 20 clicks is a bit of, you probably don't even have conversions yet, but you get the picture, right? If you observe 20 clicks or you have like 2 purchases and you're already worrying about the conversion rate, that might be a bit too early. So just understand that you need a lot of data for proper optimization. If you want to set a target ROAS, do you have enough data? You want to analyze your data, do you even have enough data? Yeah, you want to split up your campaigns. Do you have enough purchases even to do that? Does it even make sense to split your campaigns? You want to optimize your account and scale and check things like, do you even have enough data to make new changes? Things like that. Just understand you need a lot of data in the account to properly optimize things. That's why I always emphasize, and I said it so often, but it's so important. That's why we have to be patient in the beginning. That's why we have to be consistent and just gather some data first before we can do all of that you see here, you know? So good that we repeated it one more time. I promise this was the last time. Let's move on to the next video. All right, this actually drives me crazy. And this is actually not a beginner mistake. 95% of dropshippers or 95% of all business people all over the world do this. They don't understand the numbers. They don't understand the profit margins. And I do have that so often when I'm with leads on a call or like with clients that are just started with the agency. And I ask them things like, yeah, what's your profit margin on average, or like for that product category, what's like the minimum ROAS you want to achieve, right? And they have no clue at all. Why? Because they don't understand the numbers. They don't track the numbers. They don't look at it. They just do it based on gut feeling. I don't know. Based on the weather, who knows? You have to understand your numbers. Okay, let's say that's your business. That's all your data, that's your numbers. Why do you need to understand your numbers? Because based on that, you can define the pricing, right? Because if you import new products on the store, how do you set the pricing when you don't know your numbers? How do you set the pricing when you don't know the profit margins? When you don't know how much it costs you to actually deliver that product? Everything is literally based on gut feeling. It cannot work properly, right? You're just guessing in the end. You have to know your numbers in order to know your profits or your profit margin. And you have to track that, right? Ideally, you track that in a sheet on a daily basis, so you see how much profits did I make. Based on that, what should be my target ROAS? Because only that way you can advertise properly and scale your campaigns, right? Because what if your media buyer, or if you work with an agency or you run the ads yourself, they're like, yo, look at that, results are crazy, we are scaling like a maniac. And you ask them what's the target ROAS, and they're like, yo, we have a target ROAS of 300%, which is really good. And yeah, to be honest, in most cases that is fine, you know. But is it fine for you? Like, you have to know, what if your break-even ROAS is 320%? And they scale like crazy, you know, and you spend 1K a day. Okay, it's not like crazy, but let's say 1K a day. You make a loss every single day. Every single day they scale, you make a loss. Why? Because you didn't know your numbers. So you have to understand that. You have to understand your numbers. These are just 3 examples, like pricing, profit margin, target ROAS. But you also have to understand like what are the costs of a business, right? Fixed costs, variable costs, different things. You have to understand how many taxes do I pay, taxes, all of it, and so much more. You know, you have to understand your numbers, because only that way you can make data-driven decisions and scale with confidence. Because if you know exactly what is my profit margin, what can I do in terms of pricing, can I do a sale, how much can I do, what's the target ROAS that I have to have at least in the account, what are my costs, what are the taxes, how much profit do I have. Only when you understand your numbers, you can answer these questions with confidence, and then you can scale and grow your business with confidence. Oh yeah, that has to be one of the most common mistakes in the e-commerce dropshipping space, 100%. And that is glorifying the media buying, glorifying the ad strategy, acting like that's the holy grail, right? And a lot of people have that mindset, especially when they work with agencies. And I mean, I'm in the marketing space for quite some time, right? And I do see that often. People start to work with an agency, they hire them for a very specific service. Let's say Google Ads, Facebook Ads, SEO maybe, conversion rate optimization, things like that. They basically almost outsource all responsibility, especially when we talk about media buying and dropshipping. Because the way people they think, all right, I have my store here, let's say, or my online store, you know. Let's make a proper store. That's a typical online store, you know. 2 windows. Typical online store, and they give it to the media buyer or to an agency. All right, like how should we draw it? Let's draw like the Google Ads logo somehow. Wait, did I even do it correctly? No, it's there. Yeah. They give it to an agency, right? To Google Ads agency. And basically what they expect is, all right, here's my store, you an agency, print me money now. And a lot of it ideally, right? Basically almost outsourcing all responsibility. They think the process looks like that. I have a store, you an agency, let's make me some money. But that's not how it works. Even if you work with the best agency, and that's what a lot of people get wrong, right? That's where they burn their fingers sometimes with agencies, because they don't understand that. Even the best agency cannot turn shit into gold. And if you hire them for media buying, that alone will not be enough to make a lot of money. If your store sucks, right? If everything else is just not ready. I like to see it that way, because that's how it really works, right? Let's imagine a pyramid. Dude, wait. I want to make a proper pyramid this time. That's better. Let's say the media buying is just the cherry on top, right? The golden top. Why the golden top? Because it's super important, right? No doubt about it. It's super important and it gives you a lot of money if done correctly. If you have a great ad strategy, right? Like you can make a lot of profits, but it's just the top of the pyramid. If it's just the media buying and you have nothing else, you have no pyramid. And there are so many other factors that need to be in place. Let's structure it properly. Like so many other things. And I would just like list a couple of them now. First of all, big foundation, we need to have a proper store, right? Well designed, clean theme, great conversion design, so people land on your landing page because you're selling to actual people. So you have to build trust. And if they land on your landing page, they have to feel at home. Right, it sounds a bit cringe now, but they have to feel like they're at the right place. They have to feel great about your brand, right? They have to feel good about it because you want their money and they want to give you money eventually. So you have to build trust. You have to have a proper store. And of course, you need great products at a great price. You need a winning offer. Then you need to have a clean checkout process. You need to have a clean checkout process. You have to offer the payment methods they want to pay with. Because for example, in Germany, that's one of the classic examples, right? German people love to use PayPal for online shopping. And if you don't have PayPal on the store, 80% of the people, they will just leave. They don't care. So you have the perfect ad strategy in place, you have a great store, you have the perfect product, but you don't offer the payment method they want to pay with. Guess what? It will not work the way you imagine it to work. And that's so important to understand. The ad strategy, or ads, I wanted to underline that properly. What are ads doing in the end? Ads just bring the right person to your store. Ads generate traffic. Ads don't generate revenue. Think about it. The ads just get you the click to the store. It doesn't matter if you advertising on Facebook, TikTok, Google Ads. The ads get you the click on your landing page, to your store. They will bring traffic to your product page, whatever, just traffic. And then what happens afterwards, like, has nothing to do with the ads anymore. Because once they're in your store, they're browsing, they're shopping, it's not about the ads anymore. The ads have done its job. Of course, you need to find the right people, you have to get the right traffic on the store. But in the end, it's just the traffic. What happens afterwards? Nothing to do with the ads. Yes, the targeting matters, you have to find the right people and all of that. But once they're there, your store is important, your products are important, the checkout process. Are you building trust? Or is there anything on the store that's fishy, where people are like, let's leave, let's get out of here, that looks a bit fishy. It could be anything. What else do we have? There's so many things that are important. Social proof, for example. Do we have social proof? Do we have reviews or like influencers that are promoting a product? And you can see it on the website, you know? Social proof, super important. What else do we have? Clear communication and transparency, you know, what's the delivery time, what's the return policy, is it attractive or does it again look a bit fishy and people leave, things like that. And everything else, like so many things, loading speed, is the site properly optimized in terms of SEO, you know, like so many things. And if you have all of that and it's perfectly optimized, and then you add the ads on top, then it will work and then you will make a lot of money. Then it's a money printing machine, yes. So I like to say the ads are just the amplifier of what you already have. You need to have this foundation and then the ads will work. If the foundation is not there or it's weak, the ads will not work. So write it down or remember that. The ads are just the amplifier of what you have in the backend. Alright? If you have a solid foundation, the ads will work. And yes, of course, the ads are still important. You need, again, proper ads, proper targeting, making sure you get the right people to the store. You need great creative so people are clicking, for Facebook, for example, you need great creative so they are clicking on your ad in the first place and actually visiting the stores. Yes, all of that is important as well. But again, if you don't have the foundation, all of that will not work. If you have the foundation and you combine it with a proper ad strategy, it will work. There's no way it cannot work if you do every step correctly. You get what I mean? So that's probably one of the most important things that I taught you in that course. Understand that and you will succeed in every business because that's kind of the same in every business you're in, right? Doesn't matter if it's dropshipping, e-commerce, or whatever you're doing. You need to have the foundation. Then you combine it with whatever ad strategy, marketing strategy you have, and then it will work. Alright, next big mistake that we see a lot is basically just selling everything. No branding whatsoever, just sell everything. This comes from big FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. They wanna sell all winning products. Whatever they see, they wanna sell it. Like that product, this product. Potentially not even in the same niche, right? But even if it's in the same niche, let's say fashion. They sell all over the place. They sell to moms, they sell to 50-plus-year-old men, you know, like all kind of target audiences. But what you want to do in the end, you want to double down on one key target audience. Let's pick the old money niche, right? That was quite popular this year. Let's dive even a bit deeper. Let's say you want to sell premium fashion, like this old money style, you know, premium fashion to men that are a bit older, let's say 50 plus. And that's your target audience. And then everything you do for that target audience. Everything you do for that target audience. That means the branding, you know, how you build the store, the theme you choose, the colors you choose, the products you're importing, the messaging, the way you write the copy and everything just for that target audience. All right? Why do we do that? What are the benefits of that? The way I see it, and I always explain that to clients as well, you have two main key benefits compared to the more generic approach where you sell everything to everybody, right? Two main benefits. Benefit number one, when you sell to one specific target audience and everything that you do is for that target audience, they will feel at home at your store. They will feel at the right place, right? Because they will recognize it, the way the copy is written, the messaging, the colors, the theme, the products, everything is for that target audience. And of course, they will see that, they will feel like it. They will feel like, oh, that's the right place for me, right? That's my store. That's exactly for me. If you do it right and if you brand it properly, that's why branding is so important. So they will feel like they're at the right place. You will offer the right products for them, which in turn results to higher AOVs and better conversion rate. Right? Because that's their store. They feel like that's the right place. So you can sell more at higher prices and more often. So more cash, right? And that alone is already enough of a benefit. But the second big benefit, and it's a big one actually, and I noticed that quite a lot, more like a technical benefit. But if you just sell to one target audience, the algorithm will learn so much quicker. Because in the end, let's compare it to the first strategy. If you compare it to the first strategy, you're selling, again, all over the place, right? You sell to this person, to that person, to this person, to that person, that age, that gender, that interest, that hobby, whatever. Like 1,000 different people, right? And the algorithm kind of has to take all of that into account. That's how it looks like. And of course, that means longer learning phase, right? Before the algorithm actually finds out, okay, well, who should we sell to? Like, who is the right person here, right? How can we properly scale the thing? Takes much longer if you sell everything to everybody. But on the other hand, now, if you have one specific target audience and a very specific offer for that target audience, here again, premium fashion, 50 plus men, and you can even nail it down even more, right? Then it looks like that. They all have similar hobbies, similar age, same gender basically, same income level, everything, you know. They're more or less the same person, kinda. Then the whole thing looks like that. And the algorithm picks up on that as well. And it's like, okay, that's your target audience, right? 100%. So that's how I can find the right audience for you. Which means like the whole learning phase will be so much quicker instead of la and the whole thing takes a while before it takes off a little bit. With the right approach and proper branding, it will look like that. Okay, you have a small learning phase, but then it picks up quickly and then it can almost scale exponentially, right? So huge difference, and that's probably, and I noticed that a lot with my stores as well, my client stores, I mean. Like the learning phase is so much quicker, and so you have two huge benefits here. You have higher AOVs, higher conversion rate when you sell to one specific audience because they feel at home, and the whole learning phase is so much quicker, and the algorithm is so much more effective in general if you sell to just one specific target audience. And that in turn also increases conversion rate, right? Because the algorithm is way more effective. So it finds the right target audience for you. So yeah, if you build the store, stick to one target audience, whatever it is, like there's no glorious niche that you should pick that is so much better than the other niches. Just stick to one, niche down properly, build a store just for that one target audience, do it properly, and then you can reap the benefits as well. Let's talk about seasonal trends in e-commerce because it's a very important topic as well. And a lot of people underestimate it or they are not fully prepared for it. So let's look at it. Especially with fashion, it always comes in waves a little bit because of the different seasonalities, which is always a risk, but also a big opportunity. For example, now in 2 weeks, we see spring fashion trending up a lot already, which means, okay, winter fashion is not that interesting anymore because everybody already bought the jackets, the pullovers, the sweaters, and we're heading into a new season. The weather is becoming better again, it's becoming warmer again, so new product categories become interesting again. Generally speaking, for all ecom brands, first of all, you can split up the year into 4 quarters, right? We have Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Let's do it like that. And generally speaking, for most ecom brands, it's a similar pattern. Q1 is usually very slow, Q4 obviously with Black Friday and Christmas the best season of the year, but it always depends a little bit on the niche, right? For example, if you're selling sunglasses and it's very seasonal, then obviously like around May, June, July, August, that will be your peak season for that product, right? And the rest of the year, pretty much that. But generally speaking, it comes in waves a little bit for most ecom brands. It's almost like a staircase wave. So let's look at it. Let's start with the beginning of the year, what we have right now, Q1, which is usually the slowest season of the year. Why? We basically come from the strongest season of the year, like Black Friday, Christmas sales. All the demand has been fulfilled. During that time, it's still very slow, especially beginning of January. People are still on holidays, so very slow usually. Then with Q2, it starts to trend up properly again. Why? Because we also have a change of the seasons. As I said, like in 2 weeks, spring season starts to trend up and winter products become less interested. Because as I said, in 2 weeks, spring fashion starts to trend up again and winter products become less interesting and spring fashion is in demand basically. Which creates a lot of opportunity because with the new season, people need new products again. So everybody has the jackets, the pullover and that already. But now new product categories become interesting. People need spring dresses and later on summer dresses and all different type of clothes that are relevant for the new season. So there's new demand, suddenly people need new products again. Generally speaking, like the holiday season is over, everything goes back to normal. There are a lot of different sales as well, during that time we have Easter sales, Valentine's Day, things like that. Actually, Valentine's Day is still in Q1, but you get the picture, Like that season usually a bit better, summer dresses, things like that during May. Then in the third quarter of the year, things start to dip again a little bit. Why? We have a similar situation compared to the first quarter of the year. Everybody is prepared now, everybody has bought spring, summer fashion, and also people are on holidays during that time, right? Usually not that keen on shopping. They enjoy the nice weather. They're on holidays. Like it's summer, they go outside, they go swimming, like whatever normal people do, right? I don't know. Like it always comes in waves a little bit, like a staircase wave almost. It starts slow, it trends up, then it dips again a little bit, and then like the fourth quarter of the year, obviously like absolute peak, right? Because then again, we have a new season. People need to buy jackets, pullovers, sweaters, like all that stuff, which usually also has a higher AOV because like these jackets are more expensive than normal t-shirts or like the lighter stuff. And there we also have Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, obviously. Let's paint like a little tree here, like a super, damn ugly Christmas tree. But also a very lucrative season for fashion, obviously, because like people like to give different fashion items as well. So that season, obviously, absolute peak, and then the whole thing kind of starts again, It looks very dramatic in that graph. It almost looks like Q1 is absolutely horrible. which obviously is not the case. You can still make good money in that season. We also manage a couple of stores now. They are absolutely crushing it. But on average, of course, this cycle applies like that. So if you're crushing it in Q1, there will be a lot of opportunity in Q2, of course, when you're trending up. Then usually it dips again in Q3 a little bit. It always depends on how well you're prepared for it, you know. If you have, for example, here with the change in seasons, as I said, a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of risk when your best-selling winter products are not selling anymore suddenly. That can lead to a dip in performance, even if it's short-term, right? So you have to be prepared. Make sure you have the right products ready. You catch those changes in season really, really well. And you can do that with Google Trends. Check in Google Trends when spring fashion starts to trend up properly in your specific market, for example. Then you're prepared, then you know, okay, when do I need to upload that kind of products? So you catch the trend properly. And yeah, just be aware of it. It comes in cycles. Not every season is the same. And especially for the fourth quarter of the year, you want to be properly prepared, get everything ready very early on, prepare ahead, and then you can absolutely crush it there. Hey, you're still watching. Seems like you are heavily interested in e-commerce and Google Ads. We built this cool community exactly for that. So if you want to learn more about Google Ads for e-commerce brands and how to scale and grow your store, feel free to check out the link below. Join our school community. You will have full access to our Google Ads course, a lot of bonus content, mindset videos, how to manage your store, scale your ads, and so on. Access to a community of Google Ads killers, weekly calls, and much, much more for just $44 a month. So yeah, check out the link below and see you on the other side. Enjoy the rest of your video. Scaling too quickly. That's the next mistake we're going to talk about. And to be fair, we talked about it quite a lot in that course. So we will just do a quick recap session. So we said we always start with a relatively small budget, right? We said in the beginning you can scale more aggressively, increase it quite a lot in terms of percentage. But down the line you don't want to increase more than 10 to 20%. 20% is quite a lot already. But for example, if the budget would be at 500, I would increase it to 550, for example, you know? That's enough. That way you're safe. That's an increase of 10%. But the most common mistake, and that's what I mean with scaling too quickly. When people start to scale, they increase the budget. First of all, they increase it quite a lot. Too much. They go from 500 to 800, for example. And that affects the algorithm as well. It doesn't really work properly. But then what's even worse, then they are at a higher budget for one day, and they get good results. And then they're like, damn, that works, right? Let's scale even more. So they're here like for one day, and then they do the same thing again. And now we're suddenly at from 500 to, I don't know, 1.4K, right? Within not even 48 hours. And then they wonder why the ROAS suddenly drops, right? Suddenly you have shitty ROAS. You don't make any profits anymore. You're like, damn, what happened? Results were so great, right? And then they suddenly have 1, 2 bad days, and they don't even wait 2 days. What they do then is suddenly they decrease budgets quite drastically again, and then we're at 700, for example. Or I don't know, 1K. Totally random, super emotional, and then they're at that level again for 1, 2 days, and then they see, ROAS is great again. Let's scale again. And then they increase it. So it's a constant, like, no rationality whatsoever. Just vibes, you know, just emotions. We just scale like, and that doesn't work because when you make changes rapidly like that, that affects the algorithm quite a lot. If you change budgets like that and you go completely crazy and you go through a new mini learning phase again. That's why we make smaller steps. We wait for confirmation for at least 3 to 4 days, ideally even longer, to be honest. 1 to 2 weeks would be perfect, but sometimes you want to move a bit quicker, and that makes sense. But 3 to 4 days, performance is great, perfect, let's scale again. 10 to 20%, performance is great, perfect, let's scale again. Now we're plateauing a little bit, we see the ROAS decreasing a little bit. Let's stay at that level. Let's stay at that level for a little bit longer. Then we re-evaluate. What is performance doing? Is it awesome? Is it decent? Or do we need to scale down a little bit again? That's how you do it properly. You make data-driven decisions and you look at the data and you wait a little bit. You wait for confirmation. You make proper decisions, you're patient. You might think what I showed you here is an extreme example, but I see that with 70-80% of beginner dropshippers, especially in the beginning, they are hyped, they want to scale quickly, and then it looks like that. Up, down, not waiting for proper confirmation, not respecting the 10-20% rule, and definitely not waiting for 3 to 4 days. It's very easy to follow these rules. Trust me with that, with your store later on. Once you're scaling, stick to that, and it will pay off in the long run. So one of my favorite topics in Google Ads actually is pricing. And it's one of my favorite topics because a lot of people get it wrong. A lot of people don't care about it. They're like almost completely ignorant. Or they don't understand it fully, overcomplicate things. But let me tell you, it's one of the most important things you have to nail in order to succeed. Obviously, pricing is important for every product, for every niche, and for every channel you are advertising on, right? But it's especially important for Google Ads, and let me tell you why. So let me pull up a screenshot here. Yeah, let's think about Instagram ads first. If you have an Instagram ad, or like, let's say you're scrolling on your phone for the Instagram feed, you scroll down, you see a couple of ads. You always see ads from time to time, right? Scroll further and another ad, but usually, depending on the ad type, of course, but usually you see one ad from one brand, one product, and that's it. So you're not directly competing with other ads at the same time. Of course, there are a lot of ads in the ad, and of course there's competition. But when you get the attention of one user like this, just you, right? For a couple of seconds, just you. With Google Ads, on the other hand, you always see a lot of different ads at the same time. And that's why pricing is even more important here, because obviously we have a couple of different factors here. Do I like the color, or do I like that color more, for example? Do I know the brand? Tommy Hilfiger here, obviously very well known. Social proof, we have the reviews here. Free shipping, which is obviously pricing already, but yeah, a couple of different factors, of course. But as you can see, more or less the same product for like 6, 7, 8, 9 times, right? More or less the same. So obviously one of the most important aspects here when you're competing with a couple of different ads and everybody sells the same, more or less the same. Obviously pricing is super important. Yeah, Tommy Hilfiger stands out here. First of all, it's slot number 1. It's a well-known brand. They have social proof. They offer free shipping compared to, let's see, Olymp here, which is a similar product. Also very well-known brand, but you know, if you compare those two ads, then they have a sale going on and a decent price compared to maybe that brand, which is a shitty product image as well, kind of. And yeah, price is not cheap, but it's also Tommy Hilfiger. Of course, they can charge slightly higher price. You cannot really compare that to dropshipping now. There we have, that's definitely a dropshipper here. Also doing, they do a great job, I would say. Like pricing is definitely, and see, that's why they most likely succeed as well. Their pricing it's almost cheap a little bit, I would say, but it's definitely competitive compared to the other brands. And it has to be competitive. Like if Tommy Hilfiger does a great job like that, one of your main differentiators is price, obviously. And now you think, yeah, Chris, but I have to make profits as well, right? I cannot outcompete everybody on price because then it's a race to the bottom, right? True. That's why we also like optimize other things. We optimize the site. We make sure we have a clean site, a branded site, so people trust in our store and they're willing to pay a good price. All that is true, and you have to make profits, but you have to be aware, like pricing is important. There is no way to deny it, right? If you see all the ads here and you have like big brands and everybody's selling more or less the same, obviously like people will look at the price. Especially in today's economy, a lot of people are struggling or have to be more aware like how they spend their money. Obviously pricing is super important then. And yeah, just something to keep that in mind. And obviously, as we said as well, you don't want to be, I want to pick another color for that. I always have to double click here. Obviously, if you look at the overall price range, because now you think, okay, like you cannot be too cheap, right? Then you don't make any profit. You shouldn't be too expensive. Like that, generally speaking, doesn't work with dropshipping because you cannot compare with these well-established luxury brands. So where do you want to be with the pricing in the end? Obviously, too cheap, absolute no-go. You will not make any profits. It's a race down to the bottom. Too expensive, will also not work because you will get a lot of clicks, super low conversion rate. Nothing will really work. You will not get a lot of data. So also no-go. So you kind of want to be competitive. All right, so the question is, where should you be in that range, right? You want to be somewhere in the middle. You want to be competitive, but also, and that's super important, also slightly more expensive than the competition. So why is that? What's the psychology behind it? Obviously, we said we want to be competitive. Let's say that's the competitive range. All right, let's say that's the average, that's slightly below the average, that's slightly above the average. That's the nice range, right, where we can make good profits. And why do we say I want to be in that range exactly compared to this one? And that's like really deep already now, right? But I want to be there because first of all, with slightly higher pricing, you're still competitive, but you have good profit margin, of course, when you charge slightly more. And also if you brand your store properly as well, you appear a bit more premium, you appear more high quality just because of the pricing. Because you charge higher prices, people kind of associate that with high quality, and you can use that to your advantage. So you have slightly higher price, you're still competitive, you have higher profit margins now because you charge more, and you actually appear more premium. You appear more premium, it seems like you are higher quality compared to your competitors, and it's messed up, but it works and people appreciate that and it works better. It's obviously hard to nail because you have to check with your competitors, what are they charging, but it's worth it. You want to be, that's the absolute sweet spot, right? You want to be competitive, slightly above average, that's the perfect pricing you can have. But generally speaking, like that range is fine. If you're there, it's also perfect and it will work because then it's also great. You are even slightly cheaper than the competitors, will all obviously result in great volume. You just want to make sure you are not too cheap because then again you will lose out on profits. Then maybe you generate a lot of revenue but you don't make any profits, and that also sucks. And there's one more thing to consider. A lot of people actually don't understand this, but that's my secret trick to get a store up and running really quickly. Because we know the learning phase can be quite tedious and long and it takes some time to gather data. In the beginning, you definitely want to be a bit cheaper. So in that area maybe, just to gather data more quickly. You don't want to be too expensive in the beginning because then again, like you spend a lot of money, you get a lot of clicks, but nothing really happens yet. But when you underprice a little bit in the beginning, it helps you to get a more sales volume quicker. The algorithm can learn quicker, and then you can still tweak the prices. For example, you can make your best sellers 5 to 10% more expensive, things like that. You can play around with it a little bit until you find your perfect pricing. But in the beginning, I wouldn't focus too much on profits. I would focus on gather as much data as possible, as quickly as possible, and then later on tweak it a little bit until you're in that perfect range, you know. And if you do that, you will win. That's very hard to nail it properly again, but if you do it right, there's no way you will not win because the demand is there, people are willing to buy, but obviously pricing is important, and that's it. Alright, the last video of this typical rookie mistakes series, and it's about underestimating the compound effect of small improvements. So maybe let's not do that because we all know, and it seems very logical, right? Of course, we all know if you improve every single day a little bit, it pays off, you know. We often forget to remind ourselves of the fact, and we often forget how powerful that actually is, because if you just improve a little bit, let's say 1% every single day, and you improve your online store a little bit every single day, whatever it is like optimizing the product images, optimizing the descriptions, the titles, the product page per se, the FAQ section, a little bit here, a little bit there, every single day. You don't see much in the beginning. Talking about revenue numbers, for example, you don't see much in the beginning in terms of absolute numbers. So it looks like almost like flat in the beginning, you know, like that looks more like a linear curve the way I did it, but it looks like almost flat in the beginning. Because when you start from zero and you improve a little bit every day, not much is happening, right? That's why I also say like patience and consistency is super important. But if you do that and you stick to that and you see it trending up, and then once it properly takes off, like then it's basically exponential growth. And you know, once you hit that traction point where you like actually gain proper data and all your hard work pays off, then it properly skyrockets, right? So it's a whole new game here. And then you see it, then you can actually see the numbers, the revenue numbers. And then you know, oh yeah, it paid off. You don't see it in the beginning, but it's still like the same growth more or less in relative numbers. You improve a little bit every single day, and then it properly takes off in terms of absolute numbers. So yeah, it seems logical, but we often forget about it. So don't do it. Like, be aware of it. Those small little improvements every single day. And it's not even about like e-commerce and the online shop. You can do the same principle is true for everything you want to achieve in life and everything you want to do in life. If it's your health, fitness, and you go to the gym every single day, improve a little bit every single day. If it's relationships, you know, your business, like whatever it is, whatever you want to do, improve a little bit every single day, stick to it, and it will pay off. So yeah, that's probably the most important lesson of all I shared today. Because if you stick to that and you actually improve every single day, there's no way you can fail. Because when you're actually improving, even if you don't see it at first, you will get there eventually. It's a law, you know, like you cannot work around it. There's no way you can fail if you actually improve every single day, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a powerful reminder as well. Good to keep that in mind. And that's it for that mini series.